His body isn't. Who? Oh. And when the body, so that we. I am most. What a joy. This isn't.
Grabbing all the armor. Hmm. Wait, is Hayata here? Hey Teb, how's it going? Taking down the sweats? Okay, Hayata is here. Alright.
Hello? My name is... If I might be... Would you donate... My eyesight is, but when I eat, it will lead me. Oh, now I can... You are most kind. May the blessing...
Eyeballs. Delicious.
You are most kind. May the blessing...
Gotta eat them eyeballs. Pop in your mouth. Chew, chew, chew. Working on a dev project with some friends for Roblox. Whoa, that's cool. Do I have the black hood and all that jazz? Okay, I do. Where else? Where else do I need to be? I already did that. I already did that. I already did that. I got that. Did all of that. Man, I feel like I got like everything here. Oh, I don't have the wait. I do have that. Okay. I have the wait. Giant mountains. There's another one here though that I don't have. Also, do I have the fingerprint armor? I don't think I do. I should go and get that. Yeah, I don't have it. One sec actually. I have laundry. I gotta take the laundry out. Okay, I'm back. Oh, I died there? I don't believe it. When did I die there? What the heck? Why is my death marker over here? How is that a thing? Never been over here. Or is this like underground? This might be underground. Hmm. Weird. Ah! Oh my fucking god. Holy shit, that was scary. Yeah, just run away from that. Oh my god. This still gets you. Whoa, my god. What? You have to sprint like roll away or what? Oh wait, wrong one. That was his chance. He could have murdered me then, but he didn't. Now he will pay. He will pay with his life. I'll bully the shit out of like. Yeah. Okay, we have that. I wonder if Fike's armor would look good. Not really. It looks good on some setups. This would work well. This with like something. I don't know. Not sure. Whoa. Wait, this doesn't have the how come I don't have the East Capital Rampart Grace? What's up with that? Okay. Need to figure out a good appearance. I mean, this works. This works exceptionally well already. Where's that thing? Just hoping it could be better. I have too many duplicates. I need to get rid of some. Like, this already looks hella good. Pretty fresh. Or we can do like some kind of like Briars setup. Try and make it look like really thorny. No, not that helmet. Maybe something else. I wish this window here was clear. Can I toggle like simple display? Oh, there we go. Look at that. Oh my god, I didn't know I can do this. Oh my god, this changes everything. I can like really change my setup a lot better this way. I don't have to like keep closing and opening at menus. Holy crap, why didn't I do this before? There we go. Man, I still want to... I'm thinking about making like a super tank build with the Albanarch mask. It's just too funny. This actually looks pretty good. The color of the pot seems to blend in well. Whoa. That's not bad. Hey, check that out. That's not too bad either. And then I have to like change my face to like to blackout. Let's go check that out. Let's see. Equipment Y, and then I think I have the appearance saved. I don't know. I'll have to go check. I do have one that completely blacks out the face.
Is it thy
Yeah, here we go.
me not? I would.
That could be cool. Nah, let's not do this. It's cool, but not cool. I mean, this could work too, but I'm not a big fan of the Omen smirk. I need some kind of metal helmet. What do we do that with? This. Gonna be pretty close. Wag! Oh my god, skills. What's this? Got some loot here that I can grab. I already killed that guy, so that's why I have this armor. I didn't know he respawned though. That's weird. Whoa. We'll get the Crucible Axe set and then go get the Crucible Tree set. Not sure what else I need. Wait, this isn't the... Hold on, this isn't... Man, this is the Radagon, Wolf of Radagon. It's not... It's not the one I was thinking about. Oh well. Oh, what? Bloodhound Night Flow. Yeah, the one that I was thinking about is Azuria. Azuria Side Tomb. That's the one with the 2 Crucible Knights and the armor. What? Wait. No, not Azuria Side Tomb. It's Azuria Hero Tomb. I don't even have that one yet. What the heck? How do I not have that one? Oh, wrong button. Get 2 armor sets from this one. Bear? There's a bear over there? Oh shit. Okay, maybe I should stay in here. That's sick. Oh my god, what am I doing? Ah! What? What? What am I doing? What the fuck was that? That was the messiest thing I've ever done. So goddamn messy. Alright, I have the Briar armor on. Did not have the Briar armor. That's funny. Motherfucker. Uh-oh, that's not good. This is not good. Jesus Christ, dude. Do these things bleed? I feel like they don't bleed. Why would they put respawning mobs here? I don't get it. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Woo. Jesus, fuck you, dude. That was a mistake. Or maybe not. Okay. Crap up. There we go. Are we facing cliffs? No, it should be here. Okay. Okay. Getting a lot of armor. It's probably enough for now. Okay, we're gonna let's divide these first. Subdivide. And then retopo. Let's do it. Oh god, it's gonna suck retopoing these. I guess I can use like the low poly version. It's gonna duplicate this. Whoops, not that. Oh, wah. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. References, config, restore custom. And the document's all fucked up now too. Yeah, it's fine. I can just like merge these, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna merge all these. I wonder if I can. What if see plug in unwrap? Grab this. What if we just apply like a UV to it? That's it. Unwrap. Mirror and weld. What if we like noise plug open what if we do that? Plug in scale. Does that even work? Maybe. Evil Telemo. He tarnished. Is everyone AFK? Wow, this is really laggy. Epic lags. And the host is AFK. Yeah, this is way too much lag. Way too much. I'll have to rotate some of these. It might be faster to just like sculpt in all the detail manually, but yeah, this actually kind of. What if we buy that a few times? Can we change the surface to UV instead? Okay. Oh, jeez. Is there a way to orient? Okay, maybe 3D is just better for this. Nah, let's just sculpt in the details normally.
Games Fest Week 2024. It all starts here in this video, sort of. So this is actually kind of a regular show in the sense that we're going to do a deep dive into Sony's recent showcase, and we're going to do the rest of the news, announcements, and what's coming out this week, etc. So it's kind of normal. Later this week though, things get pretty wild. Just as this video goes live, I'll be arriving in LA for a full 5 days of showcases, briefings, and hands-on sessions. During that time, the team and I are going to be pumping out videos to cover as much as we can. You can expect to see dedicated videos for Jeff's Summer Games Showcase, the annual Xbox Showcase, and the annual Ubisoft Forward. We're also going to be keeping an eye on the other 6 or 7 showcases happening that week, the lesser known ones like Future Game Show, PC Game Show, Day of the Devs, etc. And we'll be bringing you highlights from those so you know which games really stood out. Outside of that, I'm going to be going hands-on with like 10 games this year, and you can definitely expect to see dedicated video coverage for some or all of them. Just a heads up, all of that coverage is going to be a lot more relaxed than my typical videos. I don't have the luxury of being able to script stuff while I'm there, so expect more off-the-cuff impressions and sadly, some face cam. I know, I don't like my face any more than you do, but unfortunately, this is the only one I got, so we both got to put up with it, okay? Alright, that's pretty much all I got for the intro bit, so without further ado, let's say we take a look at that PlayStation showcase, huh? So technically just then, I misspoke. This was not a PlayStation showcase. It was a PlayStation State of Play, a subtle but very important difference. The showcases are where Sony feels like they've really got a lot of big stuff to crow about. Last year they had Helldivers 2, Metal Gear 3 Remake, Final Fantasy 16, Marathon, and Spider-Man 2. That was a pretty impressive haul, and looking back on that list and comparing it to this year's showing, you can understand why this webinar got the designation that it did. But that's not to say that this State of Play was at all disappointing, since a lot of what was shown looked pretty cool, except for maybe the headline offering. Roll it, Stu.
It wasn't the plan. It was a spontaneous, creative decision made after years of careful research.
Being really old and almost dying a bunch doesn't count as research.
Almost dying is the best way to learn how not to die. Besides, it worked, didn't it?
How much longer for the upload?
A few more minutes. Hey.
So this is Concord, or at least it's the cinematics for Concord. It's clearly riffing on some Guardians of the Galaxy vibes in a way that's probably a little on the nose. Yeah, this was a long trailer that would have cost a lot of money to make, and I don't know that it really helped. Certainly the like ratio on the YouTube upload is not good. At the time of writing, it's sitting at around 170,000 views, 21,000 dislikes to 4K likes. Ouch. But to be honest, what did they expect? Like, this is not good. It just doesn't hit right. Like, you look at the Overwatch character cinematics that this is clearly trying to emulate, and those things hit hard, like goddamn bullseye every time. This just felt generic and meandering and long, just like really long. Smash cut to some actual gameplay and the reception is even worse. Over 41k dislikes on that video, absolutely brutal comment section, very little enthusiasm for this video game. But what is Concord? Well, it's a 5v5 hero shooter. It's unclear how objectives focused it might be at this point, but I'm gonna guess quite a bit since arena shooters aren't really the go-to these days. We saw 5 characters revealed, but the launch will have a full 16, each of them with their own unique kits a la Overwatch and Team Fortress and every other hero shooter we've ever seen. Interestingly enough, the main touch point for this one may not be a hero shooter at all, but instead Destiny. That's because a number of Bungie's former PvP-focused developers went across to form Firewalk Studios, the studio making this game. The Destiny DNA is absolutely on display. The verticality, the floating jump that kind of looks like a Warlock jump, the trip mine grenade, the Titan bubble, and the Fist of Havoc style smash. It's there, man, it definitely is. And while I think the setting and characters for this look pretty uninspired, I'm not ready to write off the gameplay side of this just yet. There were flashes of cool shit here where I was like, okay, that could be fun. Say what you will about Destiny, but they knew how to make a shooter that felt great to play. They never could balance the PvP side of the game because the PvE side made that impossible. But freed from that PvE loot game, maybe they could make a really fun, tightly balanced Crucible in all but name. And I personally would be down for that. I'll tell you the other thing.
Ooh, that could be good. What is this game?
Sony bought this studio before they'd even released their first game. They went in, they play tested it, and they were like, this is so good that we have to buy this studio. And listen, I'm not here to tell you that Sony is infallible because Lord knows they're not, but they very often know a good thing when they see it. So there might be something there that we shouldn't just write off immediately. At the same time, Firewalk are promising weekly cutscene story things to advance the game's narrative, and I don't know about that, to be honest. weekly is a lot, and I don't think it's going to be what keeps people coming back. I think that effort would be better spent expanding the gameplay side of things rather than adding some drip fed
Destiny
narrative. Do note that this is
Crucible.
not a free-to-play game. It will instead be a PS Plus title, and you have to assume it'll sell for like 30 or 40 bucks on Steam. Helldivers 2 set a very high bar for what to expect when it comes to in-game spending for a Sony live service title, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this one compares, especially as a premium box product. So yeah, a rocky start to Concord, but there is a beta coming in July where we get to suck it and see for ourselves. The term Concord does have ominous connotations when it comes to both air travel and sea. Let's hope it fares a little better in space. Surprising absolutely no one, God of War Ragnarok is coming to PC on September 19th. It'll feature unlocked frame rates, various upscaler support, super widescreen support, and it'll come bundled with the absolutely excellent Valhalla DLC. That is all great news, fist pumps and firm handshakes all round. The bad news, it requires a PSN to play it. Now obviously, this really blows. Many people don't want to give Sony their data because Sony has a bad track record with this stuff. But more importantly, many people are not able to give Sony their data because the PSN is not available in over 170 countries and territories. And if you live in one of those countries or territories, you will not be able to purchase this video game just like you couldn't purchase Ghost of Tsushima when it released last month. That is a really bullshit outcome that is super unfair to a bunch of people who could have been Sony's happy customers, but were instead left out in the cold like that Conan meme. It continues to be rather shambolic how Sony are approaching this whole thing, and I wonder if their lawyers are scrambling behind the scenes to figure out a solution to all of this, because this has got to be costing Sony a lot of money. Anyway, that's that. What's next? Oh yeah, they're making a new Dynasty Warriors game. Dynasty Warriors Origins is the first current-gen only Dynasty Warriors game to release this generation, and the most surprising thing about that is that they're still making Dynasty Warrior games. I got over this series a long time ago, but God bless anyone who's still into them. From the show notes Edmund left me, he seems to be very pumped for this, so I know there are likely dozens of you that feel the same. Next thing that caught my eye was this one, Ballad of Antaria, and yeah, take a look.
I have seen the miracles you so claim. Until the towering shadows vanished into the mist.
I pray for their grace, but all that came were inferior shades.
So obviously, this has got a lot of Elden Ring energy, no doubt about that. But it does look cool, I think. The art design looks strong, and some of the combat looks splashy, and the boss encounters look kind of epic. It's from a studio called Tipsworks, who had earlier put out another Souls-like game called Pascal's Wager back in 2021. Middling reviews for that one, but this one looks to be way better financed, as the presentation values are like chalk and cheese versus their previous game. Here's the kicker though. Ballad of Antaria is a free-to-play game, and yeah, free-to-play Elden Ring. Does that ring anyone's bell? It's obviously different from Elden Ring, not least of all because it's positioning itself as a multiplayer game supporting 3-player co-op. But yeah, I don't know how you get a game that looks like this and then make it free-to-play, and I suspect I don't really want to know. Either way, I'll keep an eye on it because it does look interesting. No date for it yet, but it's arriving 2025. Believe it or not, and I certainly do not, but Sony included some actual PSVR 2 games in this showcase. 2 of them, in fact. The first is called Behemoth, and it comes from the people who made The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, one of the better VR games out on the market. This is kind of like Skyrim, but VR, but also not Skyrim VR, because that's actually a thing that exists, and this is different. Definitely making use of the first-person perspective in more interesting ways than Skyrim was ever able to do. No release window for this one yet. The other PSVR 2 title was Alien Rogue Incursion, and it's a single-player action horror game delivering an all-new story set in the Alien universe, a high bar to live up to after Alien Isolation, which you can play in VR as well, by the way. This one arrives towards the back end of this year. Now, I know we spent the opening block ragging on generic hero shooters, but if you give me playable Aurora Monroe, then I'm there day one. Show 'em, Stu.
Stronger together.
Marvel Rivals has had a little bit of controversy around it, what with that dodgy-ass influencer agreement saying that you couldn't criticize the game, but it seemed an even sillier own goal because by all accounts the game is actually pretty good. It's a little more MOBA than it is team shooter, but those lines are pretty blurry these days anyway. I just think this looks fun. I do. I'm genuinely quite interested in cape stuff that lets me play some of the lesser known heroes, or the ones that don't get picked as often, and this has plenty of that in there, so I am down. There's a beta coming to PS5 in July, and there's some exclusive content for playing it on PlayStation, like a Scarlet Spider costume for Spidey. Hey, this next one looks pretty cool. Take a look. This is Where Winds Meet, a newly revealed game from Chinese-based Everstone Studio. It's an open-world action game with a big focus on boss encounters, and you can tell because this trailer alone had like 10 boss battles, all of them looking pretty awesome. It's grounded in Chinese mythology and martial arts, and it's been in development for over 5 years, so clearly the team has been putting the work into it. A really, really strong reveal trailer, I think. It's definitely put the game on my radar. There's no date for it yet, but I expect it to be out sometime next year. There were rumors that an Until Dawn remake was in the works, and they turned out to be true. The remake was confirmed and revealed here, and it will arrive toward the back end of the year. Path of Exile 2, not gonna lie, pretty damn excited for this one. Path of Exile 1 just sort of grew to be so massive and intimidating over the years that it was kind of scary to step into it as a newcomer, and when word started circulating about a sequel, I was like, oh, yep, that is my chance, I'm gonna do it. The road to this sequel has been a very long one with plenty of false starts along the way, but we appear to be getting to the pointy end now, as this trailer showcased a fantastic looking video game that supports crossplay, cross-progression, and even couch co-op. You love to see it. No specific date for this one yet, but GGG did confirm that it will launch into early access later this year. Genuinely very pumped for this one. Next up, Silent Hill. Oh boy.
I'm going either way.
No, you shouldn't be here.
Okay, so this was not a good trailer. The problem, in large part, is that Silent Hill doesn't really work well in trailers. It's about the slow burn, the atmosphere, the fog. The problem is that you can't base a trailer on fog because trailers, generally speaking, need to actually show things, which is kind of the exact opposite of what fog does. There were other issues, of course. Some of the character designs were a bit questionable. The animation looks a bit stiff. It just looks tonally and visually like it's missing the mark. Following this show, however, Konami did a separate Silent Hill showcase where they showed off even more of the game. This was significantly better because this was 13 minutes of actual uncut gameplay, and presented this way, you could feel the vibes coming through. It wasn't one-to-one with the original, it still doesn't feel quite right, but watching the footage made me realize that at least part of the effect that Silent Hill 2 had on us back in the day was because of how gritty and grainy those visuals had to be, owing to the limitations of hardware. You can't recreate that in quite the same way in the modern era, or if you can, Bloober team have not managed to figure out a way to do it. Regardless, there were some impressive locations and encounters here. The facial animations and voice work also seemed pretty solid. I'll put it this way, I've been very skeptical of this remake since the moment it was revealed.
Am I being summoned?
But this long-form gameplay
Looks like it.
definitely made me feel more optimistic. It doesn't look like an RE2 or RE4 level slam dunk in the making, but I'm hopeful that it comes together well enough and that Bloober team don't mess up the story too badly. Finally, we did
Being
get a
summoned
release
as a
date for
hunter.
this one. It's
Okay.
arrived October 8th for PS5 and PC.
Unable to be summoned.
Sony saved the best two for last. Monster Hunter Wilds was revealed last year at the Game Awards, and here we got our second look at it. It is looking fantastic. Show 'em, Stu.
The characters in Monster Hunter World look really good. I gotta say, whoever did the characters, major props there.
I've selected you as a lead hunter for this expedition.
Thank you, sir.
Top to bottom, from the first second to the last, this trailer absolutely ruled. It was narrative and location focused, not giving away too much in terms of weapons, armor, or broader sandbox, but we did see a big focus on mounted play, including a snazzy move where your mount will scoop you up after you get knocked down. Visually, this is just out of control. The RE engine is witchcraft crazy how good it runs and what it can do. It's insane. The art style and color work on display here is so expert. It's both vibrant but also understated. Like, it has all this visual flair and distinctiveness, but it also feels very grounded. More so than the last game, in fact. It just looks so excellent, and 2025 cannot come soon enough. While we wait for that, though, we do have a little something to keep us busy.
Elden Ring, Shadow of the Earth Tree. It doesn't sound like it. This doesn't sound like Shadow of the Earth Tree to me.
Anyone who's taken the time to play through the Astro's Playroom game thing
Oh.
that came free with your PS5 will tell you that it was absolutely genius. From its controls, to its clever use of PlayStation hardware, to its fantastic use of PlayStation IP, it was just a great game, and is unironically one of the best PS5 exclusives, because let's be real, there aren't that many of them. So when word started getting around that Asobi were making a fully fledged, proper, full-size Astrobot game, we were all excited, and this trailer that we saw here absolutely delivered. This is not a pokey little pack-in game. This is 6 galaxies, 80 levels, homages to Uncharted and Journey and Parappa and Ico and Shadow of the Colossus and God of War and Horizon and Ape Escape and Infamous and all of them. But will we have another Fat Princess throwback? That remains to be seen, doesn't it? PlayStation is saying this is about 4 times the size of Astro's Playroom, and that was like 2 to 3 hours long, I think, so this will probably land at like the 10 to 12 hour mark, and that is great, because if it's just tight and focused and brilliant like the original was, then we are in for a very good time. I'm sure some of you are rolling your eyes and thinking, this is what Sony ended their showcase on? And it's like, yes, this is what Sony ended their showcase on, because Astrobot rules, unironically. It's actually fantastic. And I won't be able to convince you of that by saying anything, so my advice to you is, if you have a PS5 and you haven't played Astrobot's Playroom, go and play it right now, and you will immediately be hyped for this full release, which comes out on September 6th, exclusive to PS5, of course. So that was the 2024 PlayStation State of Play. How was it? It was okay. It was solid. That's probably a good word for it. Sony set the right expectations by calling this a state of play versus a showcase, because in aggregate, it was definitely less hard-hitting than last year's show. Astrobot is great, and I love it, but will it sell 20 million units like Spider-Man 2 did? Unlikely. Concord is a big question mark that Sony appear to be betting a lot on, but it is in line with their live service push, which struck gold in Helldivers 2, and who's to say it can't happen again with Concord? More broadly, this state of play indicated that when it comes to Sony's big first-party offerings, that we shouldn't expect much from them this year. We know Ghost of Tsushima 2 is the next cab off the rank, and I'm honestly surprised that we didn't see it here, since the 2024 release kind of felt right given overall timelines, but I guess that's not happening anymore. No word from Sony Santa Monica, no word from Naughty Dog, or from Guerrilla, or from Insomniac, no word from House Mark, or Bend, or Bluepoint. Sony did flag to investors that the sales for the PS5 would be soft this year owing to a lack of big console releases, and this state of play was that promise manifest. It's fine, because we know that Sony have the overall
Oh my god, is there actually not enough time to go in there? That's crazy.
This year, I do expect things will start picking up again. 5, there's a broader point, given the industry is still recovering from the insane truckload of haymaker blockbusters that we saw arrive in 2023. Anyway, that was my take, but what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. No, but for real, I actually do care, since I've seen plenty of split opinion on this state of play, and I'd love to know where you guys landed on it. Either way, that is the first big webinar of the Summer Games
We have an
Festival
invisible
season 1.
furled
What
finger.
else happened in the news this week? Things aren't looking good for Private Division, the AA label owned by Take-Two, which put out some great stuff like Roller Drone, and some not great stuff like Disintegration. Recently, Take-Two laid off a bunch of staff from this label, indicating an intent to downsize it. But a recent
Can I get my health back by just like smacking these guys?
offload the label, ideally through a sale, but worse comes to worse, shutting it down entirely. Connected to this, Take-Two
It's
shut
like
down
I
2
can.
studios, Intercept Games and Roll 7, but bizarrely, Take-Two CEO Charles Zelnick refuses to acknowledge these closures, a move they pulled years ago when they shuttered the Australian-based studio
Free
without ever
HP.
publicly acknowledging it. The discussions for the sale of Private Division are apparently being facilitated by Moon Studios, who have a publishing deal to release No Rest for the Wicked, a game with an ambitious content plan.
What's going on?
There's been apprehension to such a
What
deal
kind of
given previous
shenanigans?
reports about the working conditions, culture,
They keep hitting this for free HP. Piece of lag.
Great affection for the Private Division label,
Oh.
and were frustrated with Take-Two's leadership, which they say was characterized by unreasonable sales targets and pressure to release games before they were ready. This story is unfolding, so I'm sure there'll be plenty more to report on in the weeks and months to come. Bungie suffered a devastating Final Shape leak just a few days before launch. It doesn't matter too much now, since the expansion is now available to all. The leak did reveal mission and story inventory details, collection tab items like weapons, cosmetics, items, and more. The mistake was most likely Sony. They apparently uploaded a build to their cloud streaming service without entirely locking it down, allowing some people to access the expansion for a full 5 hours before access was shut off. Bungie did release a statement on the matter.
Wow, Sony security is such is so bad. How is their security so bad? Like seriously. Not only are they leaking customer data, they're leaking like Bungie's data. Uh oh, I'm dead. Shit.
It's a new hero shooter, yay, another one. It's like Valve are kind of allowed to make hero shooters given their connection to the Team Fortress franchise, which by the way is in the absolute shitter right now, as bots have completely ruined that game and Valve has done little to nothing to fix it, leading Team Fortress 2 to hit a mixed review rating on Steam for the very first time ever. Not a great lead-in for your next hero shooter announcement. Fingers crossed Valve don't leave Team Fortress to die in the dirt while they focus on the new hotness. Speaking of leaving a game in a state of disrepair, the final Redfall update is out. It adds 2 incredible cutting-edge features never before seen in a video game. Are you ready? Offline and single-player pause. That's right, baby. We get to pause our video games in 2024. You love to see it. The update also includes new enemy encounters, a revamped neighborhood and nest system, and that's about it. It's a shame that it ends this way. My hope was that Arcane would cease work on Redfall immediately so they could start working on something else, like a new Dishonored game. Turns out they're ceasing work on Redfall because the studio is ceasing work altogether. Very sad.
Wow.
Studio
Rip Arcane,
apparently
Jesus.
Just Cause is getting a film adaptation. You know, the game with basically no plot and no characters and nothing memorable except for its giant explosions. Yeah.
That's
Hollywood
too bad.
thought they
Dishonored
would
is a
for
really
a
good
movie.
game.
Apparently the Blue Beetle director
Really
is
good
attached to this, being
IP.
produced by Universal
Wonder who's gonna make the
Pictures.
next
I
Dishonored
guarantee you
game.
This film will never be released. One adaptation that will be released though is the recently announced Like a Dragon Yakuza TV show from Amazon Prime. Now this is good shit right here. It's 6 episodes based loosely on the first game. It's directed by Masaharu Take, a Japanese director with over 30 years of experience in the industry. Kiryu is being played by Ryoma Takeuchi.
Wait, is
a
Arcane
Japanese
really
actor who
going
co-starred-
under? Let me go check. Microsoft closes Redfall developer Arcane Austin. Okay, so maybe it's just a branch of Arcane Studios. Yeah, okay.
In a Power Ranger style TV show called Kamen Rider. This is actually coming pretty soon, with the first 3 episodes landing on October 25th and the next landing on November 1st. Will it be another Netflix Cowboy Bebop? Please God, no, not again. Swinging back to Sony news for just a second, Sony just confirmed the existence of the earlier leaked PSVR 2 PC adapter. It'll retail for $60 US and will let you plug your headset into a PC so you can use it to play Steam games or whatever else. Do note though that you're getting a pretty compromised experience when you do this, because the PC adapter can't make use of many of the headset's best features, including HDR, headset haptics, eye tracking, and adaptive triggers on the controllers. This really is just a functional, high-resolution headset that you can plug into a PC, but given how few PSVR 2 games Sony are releasing, this may be the best hope for the future of this hardware. A bombshell report from 404 Media reveals that at least some of the biggest gaming leaks from the past have come from Google employees who are able to view unlisted YouTube videos before relaying the information to various news outlets. This report said it happened to one of the videos on Nintendo's YouTube channel. I'm sure Nintendo's lawyers are licking their chops over this discovery. And finally, EVO 2024 signups have happened, and it's an interesting year for it since 2 major fighting games have released in the past year, Tekken 8 and Mortal Kombat 1. What's fascinating is that Tekken has the 2nd most signups after Street Fighter, while Mortal Kombat has the 7th most
Google.
signups, trailing less popular franchises like
Buying
Guilty
on
Gear
our
and Grand
unlisted
Theft Fantasy,
videos.
as well as classic titles like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike from back in 1999. It's crazy because Mortal Kombat is the highest selling fighting franchise of all time, and MK1 sold absolute gangbusters, over 3 million units in 2 months. Edmund is actually pretty close to the fighting scene, and he thinks it's a function of how much Warner Brothers and NetherRealm keep the community focused on single-player grinding, all of that being connected to the game's monetization economy. That's good for shareholders, but bad for fostering a competitive community. If you're at all interested, Edmund's done a full write-up over on our Patreon, free to all, not behind a paywall, so if you're at all interested, I'll leave a link to that. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, biggest
Google
announcement of the
employee
week,
watch
according to
private
one unnamed
Nintendo
member of the
YouTube
Chill Out
video.
team, is the release date for the next Guild Wars 2 expansion. You know what, Austin, you just take this.
Well, that
With pleasure.
guy's
The
like
upcoming
fired
expansion
last
called
month.
Jantheon Wilds is bringing a slew of fan-requested features like player housing, the first new weapon type with a spear that all classes will gain access to, and a new actual raid in the following patch, something the game hasn't had in over 5 years, believe it or not. Alongside all of this, of course, is new story, maps, gear, mount abilities, and more of those huge open-world events that the MMO is known for. Lots there for both existing players and newcomers to look forward to. It's slated to release
Contractor
on the
with
20th of
admin
August. I may even
access.
try
Okay.
to rope in Shillup himself for a bit of
Dirty
testing.
contractor.
That is, if I can pull him away from Destiny 2.
Yeah, good luck with that, Austin. Best of luck. Anyway, big news for modders. Soon it'll be even easier to create all of those Baldur's Gate 3 sex mods. That's because Larian just announced that Baldur's Gate 3 is getting official modding support in
Baller
September of this
Gate.
year for PC, with plans for both Mac and console support at some point in the future. PC mods is great, but console mods are next level. Very few games commit to that, so it's awesome to see. Kena Bridge of Spirits is headed to the Xbox. First released all the way back in 2021, this is a simple but very effective action-adventure game with some very light Souls-like elements, absolutely beautiful visuals, incredible cutscenes, a game really worth checking out if you haven't yet. It arrives on August 15th for Xbox Series consoles. The Riven remake got a release date this week. It'll arrive on June 25th for both PC and Mac. Nice to see them paying tribute to the Mac following by also releasing it there. It's a sequel to Myst, one of the highest selling games of all time back when it released, and it's being made by the same team that made the very successful Myst remake. Also, it has an option for VR right out of the box, which is great. And finally, Wild Bastards got a release date this week. It'll arrive on September 13th. We actually covered this a while back, and I'll put this on your radar segment. It's from the same people that made Void Bastards, a clever sci-fi roguelike set in space. This looks to be very similar, but set in the Wild West. Of course, that's not the only thing that's different. The visual style is definitely a step up over the previous game. Plus, this is a really competent team, so I'm sure they've got plenty of other surprises in store for us. This one's headed to all platforms. Only one delay announcement this week, and it's for the much anticipated Little Nightmares 3. This one's being developed by Supermassive Games, actually. The first time they've taken the reins on the franchise. This was originally meant to drop sometime in 2024, but will now arrive in 2025. No specific date. The team said that things were going well, but they needed more time to refine and polish what they're working on. Absolutely no arguments there. So what came out last week? Well, Skald Against the Black Priory is that retro Ultima-inspired dungeon crawler RPG. It's had a fairly triumphant arrival, not many critic reviews out yet, but on Steam it's sitting at an overwhelmingly positive 96%. Perhaps the best review comes from the one and only Sven Vinke, boss man at Larian Studios, makers of Baldur's Gate 3. He was raving about the game over on Twitter, saying, quote, "This is the one I've been waiting for, have nothing but respect for the ambitions here, and I love how it looks. The little I've seen already fills me with deep respect for what Anders and his team have accomplished. It feels right from the get-go, which for an RPG like this is quite the accomplishment. I'm flying to LA next week and plan to play the entire flight. My playtime is limited, so that's probably the biggest compliment I can give," end quote. Not a bad endorsement from the man himself. Umbra Claw is that game about a house cat that dies and then wakes up in some weird dimension where they get superpowers and become a total badass. It's meant to be pretty good, 83% positive on Steam. Silicon Era scored it a 7 out of 10, saying, quote, "I love the idea behind Umbra Claw and its character designs. However, the demanding nature and restrictions I place on myself while playing and some design choices keep me from savoring it as much as other platformers. The idea of growing stronger via deaths for second chances is so refreshing though, and people who really enjoy a challenge may relish the chance to see how far they can go without faltering," end quote. That new F1 game dropped. It's another F1 game, but it's made by Codemasters, so you knew it was going to be good. Sure enough, it is. It's a strong 82 on OpenCritic. Screen Rant scored it a 4 out of 5, saying, quote, "It might not be a necessary purchase for those who have owned an entry from the last couple of years, but Codemasters once again proves its ability to make the best racing games on the market," end quote. And finally, Sulaco. Alrighty, here we go. I highlighted this one a bunch in the past because from the minute I got my hands on it, I was like, this totally rules. That was a preview build back then, and this past week it launched into early access exclusive to Steam. It's sitting at 90% very positive there. Basically no critic reviews out yet as it's just an early access launch, but Boomer Shooter enthusiast G-Man Lives did a review for it over on his channel. Really recommend checking that out if you're at all interested. He loved it and had nothing but praise for it. I do expect big things from Sulaco as it continues on its early access journey. so you can either grab it right now at a discount or wait until the full 1.0 release sometime in the future. So what's coming out this week? Man, not much. See, games companies now know that it's suicide to launch in the second or third week of June when the airwaves are blanketed with big reveals and announcements from what used to be called E3 and is now affectionately referred to as Jeff Keighley's annual Trailerama. Still, a few games are choosing to brave the media tsunami, like Blockbuster Incorporated. The movie business may be dying, but Blockbuster Incorporated is determined to remember it fondly. Build your own sets, scout your own actors, manage box office receipts, and build your cinematic empire one show reel at a time. This is like that old Peter Molyneux game, The Movies, from back in the day when that dude actually released video games instead of just hyping them up and then delivering absolutely nothing. Blockbuster Incorporated looks like good, clean fun, and it's out tomorrow exclusive to PC. Assassin's Creed Mirage, they found a way to squeeze it onto mobile devices. On June 6th, if you have an iPhone 15 or an M1 or greater iPad, you will be able to play a full version of Assassin's Creed Mirage on your device. There's even a free trial available so you can see for yourself how well it runs. Do expect more of this stuff, I think, as Apple Silicon and just hardware in general is very quickly catching up with what dedicated gaming hardware is able to do. And with a drift away from consoles, I can definitely see this segment picking up steam quickly, no pun intended. Autopsy Simulator is a medical sim horror game with the gore factor turned up to 11, so much so that I've asked you to edit around the gore so this video doesn't get demonetized. It looks kind of interesting though. It's a great premise. You're stuck in a morgue performing autopsies to contribute to case files, and the shit starts getting weird and scary because of course it does. It's out on June 7th, exclusive to PC. And finally, V Rising arrives on PS5 this week after a very successful early access period and 1.0 launch on PC. You guys know V Rising, I've been speaking about it for months. It's good shit. If you have a PS5, you should buy it. It's arriving on June 11th. Alright, so there's generally a certain vibe to the kind of game we profile in the Put This On Your Radar segment. So this week we're just going to go totally nuts and profile something completely different. With that said, put this on your radar. We don't get many games set in ancient India, do we? Well, this is one of them. It's called Aikyam, which I'm sure I'm mispronouncing, but this is the best I can do. It's inspired by Bollywood, of all things. You can tell because the combat here is actually like a dance-off, and if you've ever watched any Bollywood film, you would know that many conflicts are settled by dancing. Visually, this has a really cool toy-like aesthetic, almost like Indian version of those Russian stacking dolls. It just has a lot of personality, and its setting is unique. And rhythm-based, turn-based combat riffing on Bollywood and a great combat conceit. What here looks pretty early on, but it does look promising, and I'm quietly cheering for this one. If you'd like to support it or maybe pick it up one day, then the best thing you can do right now is wish this over on Steam. I've left a link to it over on my Steam curator page, which also has links to all of the other Put This On Your Radar stuff I've recently covered. I'll leave a link to all of that below the like button. Sort of free stuff time now, and there really is not much since we covered PS Plus, Amazon Prime Gaming, and Game Pass last week. Luckily though, Epic are always coming in clutch to save us.
Oh.
Right now you can grab the very excellent and very gory Chivalry 2. Not the first time Epic has given this one away, I don't think, but it's always a welcome entry. Next week though, pay attention because the lists indicate that Marvel's Midnight Suns will be up for grabs, and as I've said many, many times before...
That is too chaotic. So much lag. Nothing but lag. Lag! Raikou guy is invisible. It's so annoying because I keep running into him. I'm like, why am I stuck? Oh, fuck that guy. game. What? What was that? What was that? How come this guy isn't falling over, like, randomly? Oh yeah, I used the trusty crow. Oh my god, my inventory is so messy. I gotta fix it. Oh, Raikou is like a bow build. That's why. Oh wait. No weapon.
This is a game of two halves, the first being an utterly exceptional strategy superhero game, the likes of which we will sadly never see again, and the other half an utterly insufferable YA novel featuring the worst rendition of these heroes you will find outside of a dollar store knockoff action figure. Spacebar through all the dialogue, and I promise you, you will have a ball. Our feel-good story for the week is a pretty awesome one, to be honest. I actually didn't have time to report on this a while back, so I'm really glad that I now have the chance to circle back to this. The Playdate console,
okay, symmetry is on.
One. It's a very odd but ultimately very cool device that lets you play simple games that are purpose-built for that device. It has a small form factor, it has a crank, it's just weird and cool and weird. Anyway, around the time it launched, FedEx misdelivered a whole truckload of them to a construction site, and rather than report this misdelivery, someone at or near the construction site just stole them. Just straight up mafioso level shit where something goes missing from a construction site. Like, David Chase himself could not write it any better. Anyway, these things were essentially written off as gone. Playdate booked the loss. They were never coming back. End of story. Until last week, when out of nowhere, this entire shipment of missing Playdates turned up curbside outside a random restaurant in Las Vegas. Playdate Twitter account tweeted out photos of the discovery, and yeah, there they are. They went on to say that some of the Playdates were missing, so clearly someone had popped these boxes open, hoping to offload the merchandise, but then just couldn't, because this product is so weird and so niche that you can't just like sell this out the back of an illegal casino or whatever. I really am picturing Paulie Walnuts opening these boxes expecting like high definition DVD players or some shit and being like, hey T, what's this crank for? Before Tony just like smashes a box of them in rage and then orders Paulie to dump them wherever he can. Oh man, to be a fly on the wall when the crooks made the decision to give this stuff back, That is a Netflix series right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from me. Like I said, as you watch this, I am hopefully landing safely in LA, ready for a massive week ahead. This was the last regular show for a while. There won't be a regular show next week, as we'll still be in the thick of Summer Games Fest coverage. So this is your last chance for 2 weeks to drop the regular show format. A like, the button's right there. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Do subscribe, because this week is literally the biggest week of content that we will do all year. We've got so much coming. Be sure to ding that notification bell as well, since I can tell you right now, there will be a bunch of videos you won't want to miss. Thanks for sticking around as always.
Oops.
Hey guys, Oro here, and today I'm going to explain the new scaling mechanic in the DLC. When you sit at the first site of Grace, you'll notice a new option called Shadow Realm Blessing. To upgrade your blessing level, you'll need fragments. And to quote directly from the game, Skadutri blessing fragments bolster the recipient's abilities to deal and negate damage, but has no influence outside the realm of Shadow. What this means is that the more fragments you collect and burn at the site of Grace, the more powerful your character will become inside of the Shadow Realm. The higher the upgrade, the more fragments required. These fragments are scattered throughout the DLC to encourage and reward exploration. If you're ever struggling in the DLC, it would be wise to seek out as many of these fragments as you can for a boost to your damage and survivability. The boosted stats will be highlighted on your status page. There's another blessing called Revered Spirit Ash Blessing that bolsters both summon spirits and Spectral Steed's ability to deal and negate damage as well. This blessing requires Revered Spirit Ashes instead of fragments. But that's about it. I hope this quick little guide helped you understand the new DLC scaling, and I hope you're as excited as I am to enter the Lands of Shadow. Be sure to subscribe for more Elden Ring, and thanks for watching.
You put.
Yeah, make fun of him, Mr. I would eat a sick.
Yeah, all right, look. I'm not saying I'm.
You into anything but He-Man pie, you idiot, and you were mad about it.
That's not true. I would also eat pork chops.
Okay, let's draw breakfast rather than just out of the fucking.
But I got better at around the age.
In the year 1858, the French novelist Gustave Flaubert arrived in North Africa, hoping to find inspiration for his latest book. Flaubert was a seasoned traveler, and a decade or so earlier had embarked on a grand tour of Cairo, Constantinople, Greece, and Italy. But the writer who now departed on this new set of travels was like a different man. Although only 37 years old, he was plagued by sickness and prone to fits of depression. And the novel he had been working on for the last year was threatening to drive him mad. The publication of his most famous work 2 years before, the novel Madame Bovary, had brought him fame and wealth, but now he was attempting to write a piece of fiction quite unlike anything he had ever attempted. It would be a story from classical history that took place in an empire that had once flourished in the north of Africa, had become the most powerful society in the ancient world, and then had vanished in its entirety more than 2,000 years ago. An empire that had been largely forgotten beside the more well-studied societies of classical Greece and Rome. This was the empire of Carthage. He had spent the last months locked up in his study like a hermit, surrounded by the work of ancient historians, trying to bring the lost city of Carthage back to life. But the writing just wouldn't come, as he wrote to his friend, Ernest Feydeau.
I'm done for, my friend. Done for. For the past month, I've found it impossible to write. I can't find a single word. Just think of what I've let myself in for. To resuscitate an entire civilization with nothing whatsoever to go on.
Flaubert made the decision that something would have to change. He wrote of his intentions to his friend, Mademoiselle Le Royer de Chantepie.
I absolutely must take a trip to Africa. So, toward the end of March, I'll return to the land of dates. Once again, I'll live on horseback and sleep under a tent. I need only to go to El Kef and explore the environs of Carthage in order to acquaint myself thoroughly with the landscapes I'll be describing.
When he arrived in Tunisia, Flaubert jotted down hurried impressions in his notebooks as he explored the ruins of the ancient cities of Utica and Carthage, now all but buried beneath the modern Tunisian capital of Tunis.
In the green wheat full of flowering poppies, the road climbs a little, sloping to the left and arrives at a valley, flat plains in the middle, at a league's distance, ruins like palm trees and here and there blocks of masonry. We are walking on the remains of a Roman road.
As he walked among the ruined walls of this ancient city, Flaubert felt himself connected to the ancient people he had been trying to write about, and saw ways of life that must have remained almost unchanged since the days of Carthage.
In the south, the village of Sidi Bou Said, the sea behind, like a great block of indigo. All Carthage now stretches out before me. A camel on a terrace, turning a well. Flies are buzzing. Weeds hang from the holes like chandeliers. A bird takes flight with the sound of a wing. Another sings. Very fine dust. Silence. Green marks on the walls. Livid and thick water in some basins.
By the time he had finished his wanderings among the Carthaginian ruins of Tunisia, Flaubert had decided to completely rewrite the draft of his book, as he writes to Mademoiselle de Chantepie.
Everything I had done on my novel has to be done over. I was on the wrong track entirely. So it turns out that a little over a year since I first had the idea for the book, and after working hard on it most of that time, I am still only at the beginning.
Armed with his Tunisian notebooks, Flaubert finished his book 4 years later, and it was published under the title of Salammbô. The book was an enormous success. It inspired plays and later even silent films, and it is credited with renewing public interest in a city and a culture that had once been considered a side note of history. As Flaubert walked those ruined walls and sunken harbours, as he kicked his way through the dust and scree of the crumbling city ruins, he must have asked himself again and again, what did it feel like to walk the streets of that ancient city? What was it like to see Carthage at the height of its golden age? And what would it have felt like to see this entire city, its streets and houses, its temples and theatres, its harbours and its homes, utterly destroyed and buried in dust and ash? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell one of the most dramatic stories to come down to us from the ancient world, the rise and fall of the Empire of Carthage. I want to show how this city rose out of the Phoenician states of the Eastern Mediterranean and set out on voyages of discovery and settlement that put them at the center of the ancient world. I want to describe the unique culture that flourished on the shores of North Africa, and I want to tell the story of how the city of Carthage was destroyed and its memory nearly wiped from the earth. The Mediterranean Sea is a vast body of salt water that lies between the continents of Europe and Africa. It's by far the largest inland sea on the planet, stretching around 4,000 kilometers from end to end, and in the west it's connected to the Atlantic Ocean by a thin opening at the Straits of Gibraltar. The coastline of this sea is more than 46,000 kilometers long, or enough to wrap around the entire circumference of the planet. And this coastline has provided a home to countless cultures and civilizations over history. One of these cultures emerged on the easternmost corner of the Mediterranean coast, on a stony stretch of shore in what is today Lebanon, overlooked by towering mountains covered in cedar forest. Here, a series of city-states rose up more than 4,000 years ago that would give rise to a culture that would one day be called the Phoenicians. The largest of these cities were named Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos. Pinched as they were between the waves to the west and the forested mountains to the east, the territories they ruled over were never large. But this relatively isolated geography also meant that they were somewhat protected from invaders. The people we now think of as Phoenician wouldn't have ever used that word. Phoenician is a term invented later by their great rivals, the Greeks, and it's unclear if these cities ever thought of themselves as a unified people. They had a common Phoenician language and were united by the worship of certain gods, among them Baal Hamon, a heroic god named Melkart, and his wife Astarte. But there's very little in the historical record to suggest a common identity, architecture, or literature. Even the Greek word Phoenician has a somewhat mysterious origin. In the earliest texts, such as Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, the word Phoenike is used to describe a particular colour of purple or crimson, and it is also used to describe a date palm, possibly due to the reddish colour of its fruit when ripe. And so it's possible that the word came to be used as a result of one of the Phoenicians' earliest and most successful industries. The Phoenicians of Tyre and other cities were the first people to colour their clothes with a particular kind of dye, derived from the bodies of predatory sea snails known as the murex, or rock snail. These snails produce their dye as a defense mechanism against predators, and depending on the species, can produce a vivid red or purple color quite unlike anything else available in the ancient world. From the moment these dyes were first used by Phoenicians around the 16th century BC, their colors became immediately sought after. But the process of producing these dyes was difficult and costly. It could take more than 50 kilograms of these snails to make a single gram of dye, and so these fabrics were extremely expensive. The color purple would soon become associated with enormous wealth, and as a consequence with royalty. This color would be known as Tyrian purple, after the Phoenician city of Tyre, and later imperial purple. It would dye the robes of the emperors of Assyria, Rome, and later Byzantium. The 1st century Roman writer Pliny the Elder writes about the effect this colour had on anyone who saw it.
For purple, the rods and axes of Rome clear a path, and it likewise marks the dignity of boyhood. It distinguishes senator from noble, and it is summoned to secure the favour of the gods. It illuminates every garment, and on the triumphal robe, it is blended with gold. But why the price?
It's possible then that the term Phoenike came to be used by the Greeks to describe these traders from the rocky coast of Lebanon as the makers of purple, or the purple people. The name of the mythical creature, the phoenix, an immortal bird with red feathers, also seems to derive from the same word. With their dye industry booming, the Phoenicians began to set out on ever longer voyages out into the Mediterranean Sea, all in search of ever more of these priceless snails. And these longer voyages would require new developments in shipbuilding. Since as early as the 3rd millennium BC, Phoenician sailors from the city of Byblos had developed ships with curved hulls, perfectly suited for traveling on the waves, and they had developed techniques for waterproofing the hulls of their ships using bitumen or pitch. In the Hebrew Bible, the 6th century BC book of Ezekiel
Hey Zara, how's it going?
contains one poetic description of a Phoenician ship.
They made all your timbers of juniper from Senir. They took a cedar from Lebanon to make a mast for you. Of oaks from Bashan they made your oars. Of cypress wood from the coasts of Cyprus they made your deck, adorned with ivory.
Sorry, I'm eating right now.
Fine embroidered linen
Yeah, it does.
from Egypt was your sail, and served as your banner. Your awnings were of blue and purple from the coasts of Elishah.
The Phoenicians were also some of the earliest people to notice the pole star, or Polaris, a star that happens to align more or less perfectly with the rotational axis of the Earth, This means that while all other stars appear to rotate in the sky throughout the night as the Earth turns, the pole star remains more or less fixed in place. This made it exceptionally useful as a navigation tool, a fixed reference point in the sky. In Greek, this star would even come to be known as Phoinike, or the Phoenician star. The Phoenicians' early voyages around the Mediterranean led to them encountering many other peoples, and among these they began to cultivate a reputation as uncompromising traders and shrewd businessmen, something that seems to have gained them some degree of unpopularity. Homer's Odyssey, probably written down in the 7th or 8th century BC from even more ancient oral traditions, describes the Phoenicians as cunning and untrustworthy, in contrast to the supposedly noble Greeks.
Thither came Phoenicians, men famed for their ships, greedy knaves bringing countless trinkets in their black ship.
And it seems the Phoenicians had become adept at metalworking too. The following passage in Homer's Odyssey describes an ornate bowl brought by traders from the Phoenician city of Sidon.
Then the son of Peleus set forth other prizes, a mixing bowl of silver, richly wrought, in beauty far the goodliest in all the earth. Sidonians, well skilled in deft handiwork, had wrought it cunningly, and men of the Phoenicians brought it over the murky deep and landed it in harbor.
As a seafaring people, the Phoenicians had a clear preference for building their cities on narrow, easily defended peninsulas, and where possible on islands set just offshore. Their most influential city of Tyre was a perfect example, located on a small island just off the rocky coast. In the Hebrew Bible, the prophet Ezekiel gives us a sense of the trade that the people of Tyre drove with their surrounding neighbors.
Tarshish did business with you because of your great wealth of goods. They exchanged silver, iron, tin, and lead for your merchandise. Greece, Tubal, and Meshech did business with you. They traded human beings and articles of bronze for your wares. Men of Beth Togarmah exchanged chariot horses, cavalry horses, and mules. Aram exchanged turquoise, purple fabric, embroidered work, fine linen, coral, and rubies. Judah and Israel traded with you. They exchanged wheat from Minnith, honey, olive oil, and balm.
While the natural defences of their geography had kept cities like Tyre independent for much of their history, this wasn't to last forever. The first millennium BC was an age of iron and an age of empires, and soon the Phoenicians found themselves in a world of increasingly violent and aggressive neighbours. Perhaps the most terrifying of these was the power of the Assyrian Empire. From its heartlands in what is today Iraq, the Assyrian war machine would periodically stretch its power right to the coast of the Mediterranean and threaten to engulf the Phoenicians. One inscription from the palace of an Assyrian king gives just one example of the typical fate of a city conquered by the Assyrians.
That city I destroyed. I flung my soldiers like
Melania.
I piled up heaps of heads in front of his great gate. Bands of captive soldiers I impaled on stakes on every side of his city.
NPC
His palm
Slayer.
trees I cut down.
Strafe back
from
and
the
forth.
city of Amid,
Now we'll go forward a bit, strafe back and forth again. Then go a little bit further,
The
and
Phoenicians
strafe back
had
and forth
every
again.
reason to be nervous. At the start of the 8th century BC, the
Go back
Assyrian
and forth
king
again. Now
Adad
circle
Nirari
the
III
boss
conquered the
very
territory of
carefully,
northern Syria,
making sure
as he
not to
boasts in
get
his
too
royal
close.
palace inscription.
Conquering from the Saluna Mountain of the rising sun, and from the banks of the
So
Euphrates,
funny.
the country of Amura and its full extent. The land of Tyre, the land of Sidon, the land of Israel, the land of Edom, the land of Philistia.
This is gonna die, I can tell.
I made them.
He's gonna. We're gonna get him down pretty low. We're gonna get Melania pretty down, and then he's gonna get one shot. This is gonna happen.
Cities of the coast.
Just
but as time went on, the Phoenicians were able to carve out a niche for themselves that ensured they were quite simply too useful for the Assyrians to destroy.
Yeah, he's dead.
The Mediterranean Sea had long been an
The
insurmountable
strat, I
challenge
know, right?
to many of the
I can always
region's
tell my
great
house is
powers.
just gonna die.
The Assyrians referred to it as Id Marati, or the Bitter River, which they believed to flow around the whole earth, while the Egyptians referred to it as Waj Wer, or the Great Green. These empires were freshwater river cultures, and navigated the waters of their rivers in flat-bottomed barges. For this reason, they had always remained wary of the rougher waters of the sea. Assyria relied heavily on many of the commodities brought into the region by Phoenician traders: incense, silver and purple dye for their palaces, bronze and iron for their armies. And so Assyria offered the cities of Tyre and Sidon something of a deal. They would be allowed a degree of independence, so long as they ensured a constant flow of metals and other resources into Assyria, and so long as they acted as a kind of navy for hire, providing their ships and sailors to Assyria in times of war. The Phoenicians had little choice but to accept. But there was one problem. The Assyrian demands for metal were truly staggering, and if they were going to be met, it would require a drastic expansion of the Phoenician trade network. At first, the Phoenicians set up simple trading posts, anywhere they could find good supplies of metal. Archaeology shows they set up trading communities in Cyprus to take advantage of its rich stores of copper, and in Sardinia, the Mediterranean's second largest island, rich in copper, iron, silver and lead. At these sites, local people usually did all the actual mining, while the Phoenicians simply turned up to buy the goods and take them away by ship. From Cyprus and Sardinia, Phoenician sailors pushed on into the west of the Mediterranean and set up the small colony of Utica in North Africa, and even reached southern Spain, where they found that the mines practically overflowed with silver, iron, and other metals. Archaeologists have found huge Phoenician furnaces in this region, designed for smelting metal ingots for transportation on an industrial scale, all to satisfy the demands of the fearsome Assyrian kings. Before long, the Phoenicians were sailing out through the Straits of Gibraltar, then known as the Pillars of Hercules, and out into the Atlantic Ocean. They set up a colony at Lixus on the western coast of Morocco,
Tower of
and pushed
Khalid.
further down the coast
With
to
Alfred.
settle what is now the Moroccan port town of Essaouira,
Alfred and
more
food.
than 4,000 kilometers from their homeland. To finance these expeditions, the Phoenicians developed innovative monetary systems that in some ways represented a form of ancient capitalism. Phoenician society was dominated by powerful trading firms, usually run by a certain family, and they pioneered the use of interest-bearing loans for voyages, even developing maritime insurance policies, which paid out if your ships were destroyed in a storm or plundered by pirates. But perhaps the greatest of their innovations was something that we use every day, and that is the alphabet. Up until that point, writing had been a cumbersome and difficult task. The cuneiform writing systems that had been developed by the Sumerians thousands of years before and the hieroglyphics of the Egyptians were both difficult to learn and relied on the services of a learned class of scribes who spent years of their lives learning them. But the Phoenician alphabet was a
forgetting to
masterclass
clean up my
in
inventory.
simplicity. It had only 22 letters
It's so
and
messy.
could be used to spell out words phonetically, leaving out any vowels. And quite ingeniously, the shapes of the letters also gave a clue as to how they were pronounced. Their letter B, for instance, was named Bet, which was the Phoenician word for house, and its symbol was drawn with a pointed roof. This simplicity drastically
faded.
reduced the amount of time it took to learn, and meant that common traders and merchants may have had some ability to read and write, and to keep
Bloody
records,
finger vanquished.
essential for the complex business of buying and selling across the sea. The Phoenician alphabet was such a good idea that it was adopted almost wholesale by the Greeks, as the Greek historian Herodotus recounts.
These Phoenicians who came with cadmium brought with them to Greece, among many other kinds of learning, the alphabet. As time went on, the sound and form of the letters was changed, and after being taught the letters by the Phoenicians, the Greeks who were settled around them insisted that these changes were formed.
With the addition of some letters for vowels, what resulted was the Greek alphabet, which means that the Phoenician writing system is the foundation of all Western alphabets used today. The earliest piece of Phoenician writing was found on an inscribed tablet known as the Nora Stone, unearthed in Sardinia, apparently commemorating a Phoenician captain who may have died in conflict with the local people.
He fought with the Sardinians at Tarshish, and he drove them out. Among the Sardinians, he is now at peace, and his army is at peace. Milkaton, son of Shubna, general of King Pumei.
But for the most part, the Phoenicians seem to have interacted with the people they met relatively peacefully, and most of all, profitably. Before long, the cities of Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos found themselves at the far east of a sprawling trade network. Keeping such a loose and disparate collection of colonies together was no easy task, but it seems that here the Phoenician religion played a key role. The people of Tyre worshipped a heroic god known as Melkart, a warrior hero who the Greeks would later associate with Hercules. Temples to Melkart were set up at multiple Phoenician trading posts, and most had an olive tree, a symbol of the city of Tyre, growing in their central courtyard. The grandest of these temples was built at the furthest Phoenician colony from Tyre, then known as Gades, what is now the Spanish city of Cadiz. This colony sat on the Atlantic coast, just outside the Straits of Gibraltar, but it made up for its extreme distance from Tyre with its immense opulence. At the center of the temple stood an olive tree, with its branches and leaves wrought out of solid gold, holding emerald fruits in its branches. Women were forbidden entry to the temple, as were pigs, and the priests of Melkart went barefoot, wearing a band of Egyptian flax over their bare heads. The Greek geographer Strabo recounts the following description of the settlement of Gades.
Now these islands are this side of what are called the Pillars of Heracles. Gades, however, is outside the pillars. Here live the men who fit out the most and largest merchant vessels, both for our sea and the outer sea. They say the Tyrians believed that the two capes which formed the strait were the ends of the inhabited world.
A great ceremony, known as the Agersis, or Awakening, was conducted each year in the temple of Gades. During this time, all foreigners were asked to leave the city, and a great effigy of the god Melkart was set afloat on the sea and burned. And even this temple was a crucial part of the Phoenician trading system. The institution worked to guarantee the quality of metal ingots produced in Gades by giving them a special stamp, and acted as a guarantor between merchants entering into contracts, with punishments promised from Melkart himself if any dared to go back on their word. With Phoenician trade increasingly drifting westward, the center of their power would soon also shift in that direction, to a place where they would finally be free of the overbearing empires constantly breathing down their necks. They would soon found a city on the shore of North Africa, right at the center of the Mediterranean world. A city that would become one of the largest and wealthiest on Earth. That city would one day be known as Carthage. Like so many aspects of our modern understanding of the Phoenicians, the name Carthage is itself a distortion, filtered through the accounts of others. In Latin, the city was known as Carthago, while the Greeks called it Carchedon. But to its inhabitants, it was known as Kart Hadasht, or in Phoenician, the New City. Like many great cities of its time, Carthage soon developed its own founding myth. It begins with a princess of Tyre named Alyssa or Elishaya. In the legend, the king of Tyre promises that upon his death, his kingdom would be split between his two children, his daughter Elishaya and his son Pygmalion. But when the old king dies,
Are you planning the game to be in a
brother
different
Pygmalion
setting
refuses
with
to
this
accept
unique
the
map
splitting
or
of
in a
the
different
kingdom and
timeline?
moves to seize everything for himself.
It's a fantasy
even
game,
killing Elishaya's
so it's
husband
not going to be like in
remove
real
any
life.
potential rivals. Stricken with grief,
If that's what you mean.
Elishaya flees down to the docks, along with a ragtag band of her royal guards and temple women, and there they set sail westwards and make for Africa. The Roman writer Justinus, drawing on an earlier Greek text, writes his rendition of this story, along with a cunning deception to slow down any greedy pursuers.
Alyssa put the attendants, who were sent by the king to assist in her removal, on board some vessels in the early part of the evening, and sailing out into the deep, made them throw some loads of sand, put up in sacks, as if it was money, into the sea.
This group of refugees sail along the coast of North Africa, until eventually they set ashore near the Phoenician colony of Utica. They camp on a nearby hill known as Byrsa, and the king who rules there, a man named Iarbas, takes pity on them, but not too much pity. He offers to sell them a plot of land on the hill no bigger than an ox hide. But Elishaya is cunning. She cuts the ox hide into thin strips, lining them up to enclose the entire hill, a much larger area of land than the miserly king had intended. Bound by his word, Iarbas has no choice but to give them the land he promised, and so the city of Carthage is born. Justinus recounts the city's early flourishing.
Carthage was founded, an annual tribute being fixed for the ground which it was to occupy. At the commencement of digging the foundations, an ox's head was found, which was an omen that the city would be wealthy indeed, but laborious and always enslaved. It was therefore removed to another place, where the head of a horse was found, which, indicating that the people would be warlike and powerful, portended an auspicious sight. In a short time, as the surrounding people came together at the report, the inhabitants became numerous, and the city itself extensive.
From the hilltop of Byrsa, the city grows and grows, soon eclipsing King Iarbas' town of Utica, which makes him understandably jealous. He demands that Elishaya marry him, so that he can absorb her flourishing town and everything she owns into his kingdom. If she refuses, he will burn Carthage to the ground. Faced with the choice of this capitulation or the destruction of her new city, Elishaya builds a great pyre and climbs onto it, saying that she must indeed go to her husband, meaning not Iarbas, but the man her brother had killed on the other side of the sea. waiting for her in the afterlife. This tragic but noble self-sacrifice has proven irresistible to generations of poets, and the Roman poet Virgil gives one rendition of this scene.
When the pyre of cut pine and oak was raised high, in an innermost court open to the sky, the queen hung the place with garlands, and wreathed it with funereal foliage.
Okay, that looks better.
She laid his sword and clothes and picture on the bed. She
Yeah, the
lingered
legs were a
while,
little bit too thick
in
before.
tears and thought. Then cast herself on the bed and spoke her last words. Accept this soul and
Give me a
loose
sec.
me from my sorrows.
In honor of Elisha's sacrifice, her people gave her the title of Dido, meaning female warrior or heroine, and this is the name by which she would be known to later Roman writers. This Baroque tale of love and tragedy has all the hallmarks of ancient literature, and we can't assume that it bears any relationship to what actually happened. Some details of the tale do accord with what archaeology tells us, that the Carthaginian Phoenicians drew their origins back to the city of Tyre, and that the city was founded close to the older settlement of Utica, which it soon eclipsed in size. But perhaps more important than any of this is the sense that this founding myth might give us of the way the Carthaginians thought of themselves and their city's place in the world, as a city of survivors who had found refuge here on the North African coast, a city of sailors and adventurers. They were resourceful and drove a hard bargain. They were clever, fond of outwitting their enemies, always finding a way to make a little go a long way. And also, perhaps, that they would die before they gave up their freedom. Regardless of the truth of its origins, it's clear from archaeology that after its founding in the 8th century BC, the new colony of Carthage did grow exceptionally quickly. In many ways, it was the perfect Phoenician settlement. Carthage was built in a small bay that itself belonged to a vast natural harbour, known today as the Bay of Tunis. The city sat on top of a series of sheer red cliffs that looked down over the glittering blue waters of the Mediterranean in the north, and it was also easily defended on its landward side, where a range of rocky hills and a number of lakes and saltwater lagoons break the land into a series of narrow approaches, protecting the city from any would-be attackers. The Roman writer Appian writes one description of the city's location.
The city lay in a recess of a great gulf and was in the form of a peninsula. It was separated from the mainland by an isthmus about 5 kilometers in width. From this isthmus, a narrow and longish tongue of land, about 1 kilometer wide, extended towards the west, between a lake and the sea.
Near to the site of Carthage flows a river known today as the Megerda, which originates in the high Atlas Mountains of North Africa. This river flows for 460 kilometers to the sea and brings crucial fresh water into the bay, turning the otherwise arid landscape green and providing water for drinking and for irrigation. As a result, the land here was abundant with wheat, grapes, olives, and dates. In the distance over the bay to the south rises the blue outline of the mountain Jebel Rassas, literally the mountain of lead, a rugged outcrop of Jurassic limestone, climbing nearly 800 meters above the plain. The hot desert winds known as the Sirocco would blow in from the Sahara during the summer season, rattling the shutters on the windows and the leaves of the date palms. And at the end of summer, thunderstorms would roll in from the sea. As well as its ideal geography, the city's location in the Mediterranean world was also perfect. Carthage sat at a crucial halfway point between the city of Tyre and the wealthy mines of Spain, but it was also only about 200 kilometers by boat from the island of Sicily and about 300 kilometers from Sardinia, two crucial sites of Phoenician industry that were only growing in importance. Pottery found in even the earliest layers of Carthage shows a huge range of styles, coming from Greece, Italy, Spain, and all the Phoenician colonies. The Phoenician world was now a web, with
Okay, I'm
Carthage
back. Sorry for
sitting
the
right at its center. The city in these early days
Yeah, I'm just
must have
listening to
been
it
a
because
humble sight.
nothing
Archaeology
else to
paints a
listen to.
picture of a simple collection of mud brick buildings lining the seashore, but within a century this had exploded. One graveyard soon had to be moved in order to make space for a quarter filled with metalworking workshops, and the settlers built a wall about 3 meters in height to protect their burgeoning town. And soon, more monumental buildings would be constructed. The Roman poet Virgil imagines the activity that must have accompanied the growth of this town from tiny settlement to booming city.
Aeneas found where lately huts had been, marvellous buildings, gateways, cobbled ways, and din of wagons. There the Tyrians were hard at work, laying courses for walls, rolling up stones to build the citadel, while others picked out building sites and ploughed a boundary furrow. Laws were being enacted, magistrates and a sacred senate chosen. Here men were dredging harbours, there they laid the deep foundations of a theatre and quarried massive pillars.
Other than what we can glean from archaeology, we know very little about the early history of Carthage. Apart from a few short inscriptions, no Carthaginian texts have survived into the modern day. And so in terms of written history, we have virtually complete silence from that part of the Mediterranean for the first 200 years or so of its existence. And beyond that, we have to rely on the writings of others. From the work of Greek writers, we learn that Carthage was a republic. It was ruled under a kind of oligarchic system, governed by a council of its wealthiest citizens. The Greek philosopher Aristotle, writing in the 4th century, spoke approvingly of the Carthaginian system of government, and compares it to that of the Greek city-state of Sparta.
Carthage also appears to have a good constitution, with many outstanding features as compared with those of other nations, but most nearly resembling the Spartan in some points. Many regulations at Carthage are good, and a proof of a well-regulated constitution is that the populace willingly remain faithful to the constitutional system, and that neither civil strife has arisen in any degree worth mentioning. Nor yet a tyrant.
Yeah, it'll be its own universe.
But Aristotle also warns that the Carthaginian system put too much emphasis on the wealth of its rulers, rather than their competence, and expresses concerns that this could lead to corruption.
They think that the rulers should be chosen not only for their merit, but also for their wealth, as it is not possible for
Imagine
a poor man
choosing
to
rulers
govern
because they're
well or to
rich.
have leisure for his duties. It is a bad
That sounds
thing that
so
the
bad.
greatest offices of state, the kingship and the generalship, should be for sale. For this law makes wealth more honored than worth, and renders the whole state avaricious. And it is probable that those who purchase their office will learn by degrees to make a profit out of it.
The highest echelons of Carthaginian society were divided between the civil leaders, the Shofetim or judges, and the Rabbim or generals, who took care of military matters. These highest positions, senators and the heads of committees, drew no salary for their work, and so they could realistically only be held by those who could support themselves on private incomes, usually successful merchants or wealthy landowners. But there was a certain fairness to this. There seems to have been no barrier other than wealth, and people from common backgrounds who became wealthy could quickly rise to the highest parts of government. Certain powerful families were constantly vying for the most powerful positions, but there was no hereditary royalty in Carthage. It's possible that the myth of Elishaya or Dido may have played a role in maintaining this situation. Since, according to the legend, the city was founded by a woman who had no children, no one could ever claim to be her true descendants, or have any kind of ancestral right to rule. Instead, the city was governed by a number of different semi-democratic bodies, made up of wealthy citizens. One of these was called the Tribunal of the 104, and another the Council of Elders, a kind of senate. The highest executive position was held by 2 elected officers, who ruled simultaneously and who were elected each year. The arrangement was complex and likely prone to corruption, but for the most part, it seems to have worked. While Carthage flourished, the Phoenician cities that had given birth to it began to flounder. Tyre and Sidon were still under the boot of Assyria, and around 670 BC, the Assyrian king Esarhaddon began to place harsh restrictions on who they could trade with. When Assyria went to war with Egypt, Esarhaddon forced the Phoenicians of Tyre to place a trade embargo on the pharaohs. Without access to their once most lucrative market, these cities went into decline.
Give me a sec. Jojo wants attention again. Okay, I'm back.
Soon, the king of Tyre was not even allowed to open messages without an Assyrian official present, as the following surviving fragment of one treaty shows.
Nor must you open a letter which I send you without the presence of the royal deputy. If the royal deputy is absent, wait for him and then open it. If a ship of the people of Tyre is shipwrecked off the coast of the land of the Philistines, or anywhere on the borders of Assyrian territory, everything that is on the ship belongs to Esarhaddon, king of Assyria.
As a result of the decline of cities like Tyre and Sidon, it's likely that large numbers of Phoenicians would have fled to what was now the undisputed capital of the Phoenician world, the booming port town of Carthage. They brought with them their language, their knowledge, their gods, and their gold. By the 6th century BC, Carthage was one of the largest and wealthiest cities in the Mediterranean, and its sailors, the finest in the world, would soon embark on voyages of exploration that would not be matched for another 2,000 years. By this time, the Phoenicians had already sailed right to the end of their world, through the Pillars of Hercules and out into the Atlantic Ocean. But their exploration didn't stop there. In fact, if ancient sources are to be believed, they may have been the first navigators to successfully sail around the entire coast of Africa. Herodotus recounts one expedition that supposedly took place around 600 BC, sponsored by a pharaoh of Egypt named Nekos, although he is frustratingly vague and short on detail. The expedition apparently set sail from Egypt's Red Sea coast, voyaged around the Horn of Africa and the South African Cape, before sailing north through the Gulf of Guinea and back into the Mediterranean through the Pillars of Hercules.
Nekos of Egypt sent Phoenicians in ships, instructing them to sail on their return voyage past the Pillars of Heracles until they came into the Northern Sea and so to Egypt. So, the Phoenicians set out from the Red Sea and sailed to the Southern Sea. Whenever autumn came, they would put in and plant the land in whatever part of Libya they had reached, and there await the harvest. Then, having gathered the crop, they sailed on, so that after 2 years had passed, it was in the third that they rounded the Pillars of Heracles and came to Egypt. There they said,
it's a long
what
journey.
Some may believe, though I do not, that in sailing around Libya, they had the sun on their right hand.
Interestingly, it is this detail that Herodotus personally finds unbelievable that has caused modern scholars to take the claim more seriously. The change in the position of the sun relative to the ship suggests that the voyage did indeed cross the Tropic of Cancer, and perhaps even the equator, causing the summer sun to appear in the north. Modern estimates consider a journey time of 3 years to be a reasonable duration for a circumnavigation of Africa that would have been about 20,000 kilometers long, or half the way around the world. If this story is true, then it means the Phoenicians may have rounded the Cape of Africa more than 2,000 years before the Portuguese explorer Bartolomeu Dias would do the same thing in 1488, opening up the passage to India and the age of European colonialism. More solidly attested voyages of Phoenician discovery would see an explorer named Hanno the Navigator sail out into the Atlantic Ocean through the Pillars of Hercules and sail perhaps as far south as Cameroon or Gabon in West Africa. His voyage is recounted in a Greek translation entitled The Periplus, or Travel Account, of Hanno, supposedly an accurate copy of an inscription that actually hung in the temple of Baal Hamon in Carthage.
It was decreed by the Carthaginians that Hanno should undertake a voyage beyond the Pillars of Hercules and found Phoenician cities. We sailed accordingly, with 60 ships of 50 oars each, and the body of men and women to the number of 30,000, and provisions and other necessaries. Proceeding a day's sail, we came to the extremity of the lake that was overhung by large mountains, inhabited by savage men clothed in the skins of wild beasts, who drove us away by throwing stones and hindered us from landing. Sailing thence, we came to another river that was large and broad, and full of crocodiles and hippopotamuses.
Hanno writes down vivid descriptions of seeing active volcanoes spewing lava into the ocean, possibly the active volcano Mount Cameroon.
And then quickly sailing forth, we passed by a burning country full of fragrance, from which great torrents of fire flowed down to the sea. And we sailed along with all speed, being stricken by fear. After a journey of 4 days, we saw the land at night covered with flames, and in the midst there was one.
There's always a lot of Portuguese people in these stories that even I, a Portuguese, don't really know. Yeah, Portuguese are
Hanno
traveling
even seems to have
everywhere,
been the
it
first
seems.
to write down an encounter with what may have been
Really
Earth's largest
very,
living
very
primates,
global.
with unfortunate results.
We
Oh
arrived at a
god,
bay
am I
called
the
Sun
only
Port,
summon
at the
this?
bottom of which lay an island.
This might
full
suck.
of
His
savage
name is
people,
Skibidi.
the greater part of whom were women,
What does he do?
whose bodies were hairy, and
Hide
whom
behind
our
the-
interpreters
hide behind
called
me.
gorillae. Though we pursued the men, we could not seize any of them, as all fled from us, escaping over the precipices and defending themselves with stones. 3 women were but they attacked their company with their teeth and hands, and could not be prevailed upon to accompany us. Having killed them, we flayed them, and brought their skins with us to Carthage. We did not sail farther on, our provisions failing us.
Ow.
These hairy creatures may have been chimpanzees, monkeys, or what we today would call gorillas, all of which could be encountered in the region
Ag.
of Cameroon. On Hanno's return, the hairy skins he brought home were kept in the temple to the god Tanit in Carthage, and according to Pliny the Elder, would remain in the city for as long as it existed.
Yeah, be careful of
In the
waterfall.
19th
She's gonna
century,
do waterfall
when the
very
American
soon.
physician and missionary
Oh.
Thomas Staunton Savage and the naturalist Jeffries Wyman wrote the first scientific description of a gorilla, they gave them the name Crocodites
That's a
gorilla,
waterfowl. That's definitely a
after the
waterfowl.
mysterious description in Hanno's writing, and the name has stuck ever since. Another explorer named Himilco sailed out into the Atlantic and went in the opposite direction, sailing north on the coast of Spain and France, and even on to the British Isles. Here he saw Celtic tribespeople sailing in coracles made of deerskin, a sight he found remarkable.
I am surprised she is not waterfowl yet.
Tempestuous sea and the
That's
current
just
of the
ridiculous.
ocean abounding in monsters with woven boats. Indeed, these people do not know how to battle with pine and maple, but in a miraculous thing, they always fit out vessels from hides.
No
stitched
waterfowl.
together, and often
Okay,
travel
that's a
through the
waterfowl.
immense
Maybe
seas
not.
in a skiff.
Oh, that's a waterfowl.
also brought
Run,
back stories
Skibidi.
of the vast
Don't,
expanse of
don't
the
toilet.
Atlantic to the west.
No.
A frightening sight to the sailors brought up in the enclosed.
Actually, it was a
inland
pretty
sea
good
of the
attempt, gotta say.
Mediterranean.
Beyond,
Pretty
towards
good
the
attempt
area
for
to the
Gen
west,
Z.
there is a sea without end. The ocean lies open across a wide area.
My stream
and
if
the
no one
sea
watches.
stretches out.
No
man has entered upon these seas because the sea lacks winds that
Why
would
not?
drive the ships along.
I mean,
and
Zura's
no
here.
breeze from the sky favors a ship.
So there's one person
It
watching.
also seems that he may have seen whales swimming out there in the ocean, which were then nearly 4 times more numerous than they are today.
But yeah, it's mostly for documenting my
Here
work.
and
This isn't.
there, see,
I'm not
monsters
actually here to
swim
entertain
amid
people.
The slow ships sluggishly crawling along. Himilco
With
reported that he had
with the
once
advent
seen
of
these creatures from
artificial
the ocean
intelligence,
and
so
proved their
AI
existence.
generated art,
These we
it is
have
good to
related
document your
you,
work.
Revealed a long time ago, deep in the annals of the Carthaginians.
In 2019, a team of 20 modern sailors successfully piloted a replica of a single-masted Carthaginian merchant vessel across the Atlantic Ocean, departing from the site of Carthage and landing in the Caribbean 5 months later. Demonstrating
Wow, one person do
Phoenician
medal.
ships had the ability to reach the Americas 2,000 years before Columbus.
I mean, it can always be 0 people. I can
As the city of
kick
Carthage
you
grew, its
or ban
population
you if you want.
boomed. While some ancient writers record it as having a population of more than 700,000 people, this is thought to be unlikely. But estimates based on the size of the city and the size of civilian armies drawn up in times of crisis have suggested that the population may have reached 400,000. By the year 400 BC, the city walls had been rebuilt to now stand a towering 15 meters high, with a triple line of ditches and defenses on the
You have
landward
100
side.
alts? Okay.
The hill of Birsa, where legend has it that Elishaya
Alright, you come back on an alt, alright?
was now itself ringed with an inner defensive wall, and loomed over the rest of the city as a fortified citadel. The Roman writer Appian writes the following description of the city.
I'll go ban him on his alt.
On the seaside, the city was protected by a single wall. Toward the south and the mainland, where the citadel of Bursa stood on the isthmus, there was a triple wall. The height of each wall was
Question mark?
without counting
I don't know.
parapets and
Some
which were
dipshit comes in
other by a space of
and
60
talks shit about my stream.
One of the most remarkable features of ancient Carthage was the innovative design of its harbour.
What up, zooming
known
noob?
as the Kothon.
Is that your
Likely
alt?
built sometime in the 3rd
Or is this an alt or is this a new guy?
This comprised a large rectangular
If this is an
commercial
alt, that was
harbour
really
for
fast.
civilian
I'm impressed.
ships that led into a unique circular docking bay for the military ships of Carthage's war fleet. The harbour was so large that today the shape of its outline can still be seen in the
cures
coast
cancer?
of
What?
the city of Tunis.
I don't know who
Appian
that is.
describes the unique design of this harbour.
The harbours had communication with each other and a common entrance from the sea 20 meters wide, which could be closed with iron chains.
Oh my
The
god,
first
so
port
many
was for
people.
merchant vessels, and here were collected
So
all
many
kinds
people
of
are
ship's
talking.
tackle. Within the second port was an island which, together with the port itself, was enclosed by high embankments. These embankments were full of shipyards, which had capacity for 220 vessels. Above them were
Well, thanks for
magazines the tackle of
boosting
guns.
my
Two
my
ionic
views.
columns stood in front of each dock. On the island
Keep
was built the
commenting.
admiral's
You'll
house, from which the trumpeter gave signals.
you'll help the
herald
algorithm.
delivered orders,
Don't forget
and the
to
admiral
crush that
himself
like button
overlooked everything.
and subscribe if you haven't already.
At this time, Carthage had the largest and most powerful fleet in the Mediterranean, and the military port was built to conceal the ships docked within and ensure that no spies
Andrew
could
will help me
glean
make
any of
money.
their secrets.
What if
or
I don't
detect
want Andrew to help me make money? Isn't he busy
The island lay near the entrance to the
raping
harbour
women
and rose
and
to a considerable height, so that the admiral
and,
could
like,
observe what was going on at sea, while those who were
just
approaching
like
by
posting
water
shit
could not
posting
get
on
any
Twitter?
clear view of what took place within. Not even the incoming
Who?
merchants could see the docks.
What do you mean? You
for a
said
double
you
wall
said
enclosed
Andrew
them,
Tate, right?
And there were gates
That's
by
who.
which
Did
merchant
you
ships could
forget who
pass
you're
from
talking
the first
about?
port to the city without traversing the dockyards. Such was the appearance of Carthage at the time.
Oh, been summoned by a connection error. Lovely.
Between the harbour and the citadel of Birsa on the hill stood the Agora, the large open marketplace of the city, where all manner of goods and foods could be bought. Archaeological studies of plant matter found in Carthage show that the ancient Carthaginians enjoyed a varied diet. Walking through the markets of the city, you would be able to buy wheat, barley,
Not even a
other
house
grains,
arrest? They looked at his
numerous
whole life?
vegetables like artichokes and
Inspiring.
cabbages, pulses
That's
and
so
lentils,
cool,
and
James
fruits
Ralph.
including pomegranates, grapes, figs, olives, peaches, plums, and melons, as well as nuts like pistachios and almonds.
That is incredible.
Olives were pressed into oil, and its people ate fish like grey mullet, sea perch, eels, and dolphins, as well as the meat of sheep, pigs, goats, chickens, and occasionally even dogs. The Carthaginians, like most people in the ancient world, were obsessed with a pungent, salty sauce known as
Did they look?
garum,
Did they
which was
look in his
brewed from the
butthole,
fermenting
or
of
like?
fish entrails, and which was
I feel like if
probably
they looked in
similar
his
to the
butthole,
fish
they'd find
sauce
you in it,
used today in
James
East
Rolfe.
Asian cuisine. In the wreck of one Carthaginian ship, found off the coast of Sicily in Marsala, archaeologists have also uncovered the remains of cannabis stalks, which may have been chewed.
I don't think they did a anal check.
And could also have been enjoyed on land, either chewed or brewed into a tea.
At least streaming
Wine
for
is particularly
80p to
beloved
use
too,
less of
and
Google
especially
space for
a
your
particular
trash stream.
kind of sweet dessert wine made
Wow!
from
Oh my
sun-dried
God!
grapes. One agricultural handbook, written by a Carthaginian named Margot, has survived in fragments
is
of
this
Greek
guy?
and Latin translation, and it describes
so
the process
crazy.
of making this wine.
Pick some well-ripened early grapes. Discard any that are mildewed or damaged. Lay down reeds and spread
Alright,
the
well, I'm
grapes
just gonna
out in
remove
the
these
sun on
guys.
top. Cover them at night so that the dew will
So
not
this
moisten
is
them. When they are dried, pick the grapes off stems and put them in a jar or pitcher. Add some
So these are
unfermented
like,
wine,
okay, so
the
that's
best you
3.
have, until the
I have
grapes are
97
just
to
covered.
go.
After 6 days, when the grapes have absorbed it all and are swollen, put them in a basket.
Bring 'em on.
put
Come
them
on.
through the press,
Where's the other 97?
and collect
Hurry the
resulting
fuck up.
liquid. Bottle the liquid
I don't
in
have all day.
standard jars, and after 20
The
or
Mass
30 days,
Phantom.
when the
Is this
fermentation
another
is
one?
over, coat the lids with plaster and cover them with leather.
As a typical Phoenician city, Carthage initially had a small footprint in North Africa, and in its early days, it was reliant on its overseas
Is this another
territories
alt?
in
Or is
Sardinia
this
and
like
Sicily for
some
more than
random
half of
people?
its food, brought across the sea on grain ships.
Oh my God.
But in the
What
6th
is this? Am I
century,
getting
it began
botted?
to expand its territory
Am I getting
around the
botted?
city. The Carthaginians either expelled local
I'm actually
people
getting
or
botted.
came
This
to
is so
agreement with
exciting.
them, and built a network of towns and forts to the south, east, and west, and began to farm the land themselves.
What is this?
A later
Is this
writer,
actually a thing? Let me go
Diodorus
Google
of
it.
Sicily would pen the following description of the abundant
Getting
hinterland
botted
that would
on
soon
YouTube.
stretch beyond the city.
All the lands were
this?
set with gardens and orchards, watered by numerous springs and canals. There were well-constructed country houses, built with lime along the route, announcing widespread wealth. The land was cultivated with vines, olive trees, and a whole host of fruit trees. On both sides there were herds of oxen and
okay.
sheep grazing on the plain, and near the main
Interesting.
pastures and the marshes, there were studs of horses.
In its outposts in Sardinia, Spain, and Sicily, Carthage began a similar process, turning what had once been small trading posts into more solid and fortified territories, with their own agricultural land. Soon, the city of Carthage would be more or less self-sufficient, as the Roman writer Appian describes.
Gradually acquiring strength, they mastered Africa and the greater part of the Mediterranean, carried war into Sicily and
Okay.
Sardinia and the other islands of that sea,
Sorry.
and also into Spain.
I didn't know you
They
guys
sent
were
out
real
numerous colonies.
viewers.
They became a match for the Greeks in power and next to the Persians in wealth.
The typical
My
Carthaginian
bad.
house was built around a central courtyard, and the wealthier dwellings had an upstairs and a terrace. Finer houses had cupboards and shelves built into the walls, and often a clay bread oven. We can imagine the smells of this baking bread wafting through the city streets, along with the pungent aromas from the tanneries and wineries, the smells of animals and incense, cooked fish, and salty garum sauce. Wealthy houses also contained elaborate bathrooms with separate
Oh, it's
changing
that.
facilities and baths plastered with water-resistant stucco. Before bathing, oil would be applied to the body, and a bronze tool known as a strigil was used to scrape dirt from the skin. While in Greek houses, These bathrooms were usually built off the kitchen. The Carthaginians built their bathrooms next to the entrance to the house, suggesting that there was some sort of ritual purpose to the bathing, separating the dusty, unclean world of outside from the clean inner space of the home. A variety of animals would have been visible on the crowded city streets. These would have included beasts of burden, like oxen and horses, stray dogs and cats, and noisy caravans of donkeys coming in from the desert. But they also seem to have drawn animals as curiosities from all parts of Africa. A species of huge lion, known as the Barbary lion, could be found all across this region, and would later be captured for spectacles, including in the Roman arenas. And a species of
This is so weird.
known as the
I've never
Barbary
had
macaque is also native
never
to
had
this
so many
area.
bots join my channel.
Diodorus of Sicily records one account of Carthaginians
Crazy.
keeping these monkeys as apparently much beloved pets.
What is this? Is this like real life
In these
PvP?
cities, many of the customs were very different from those current among
I feel like
us.
this is like real life
For the
PvP.
apes lived in the same houses as the men, being regarded among them as gods, just as the dogs are among the Egyptians. And from the provisions laid up in the storerooms, the beasts took their food without hindrance whenever they wished. For any who killed this animal, as if he had committed the greatest sacrilege, death was established as the penalty.
Around this time, monkeys began appearing as a motif in the art of regions of Italy, Sardinia, and elsewhere, suggesting that the Carthaginians were even exporting this animal to other regions. Some Barbary macaques were mummified in Egyptian tombs alongside pharaohs, and the skull of a Barbary macaque, dated to around this time, has even been unearthed as far away as Northern Ireland. And of course, in vast stables to the south of the city were kept the animals that in most people's minds are most inseparably associated with the city of Carthage. That is, the elephant. The North African elephant is an extinct subspecies of the African elephant that lived north of the Sahara Desert. Carthaginian paintings on walls, coins, and mosaics show that these elephants
this in real
had
time?
the swooping backs and large ears typical of the African elephant that roams the savannah. But it was considerably smaller, and was likely similar in size to another surviving subspecies, the African forest elephant. These reach a shoulder height of about 2.5 meters, only a little taller than the largest Shire horses. But of course their thick and heavy frames mean they weigh more than 15 times the average horse. For this reason, these elephants were used by the Carthaginians as fearsome weapons of war. Some historians have speculated that Carthage may also have imported some much larger Indian elephants, which were at that time
Hello?
being
Anyone
used
there?
by the
Damn, I guess it
Seleucid
is.
dynasty in Syria. One elephant that was the pride of the later Carthaginian army was known by the name Surus, which some have translated to mean the Syrian. If true, this Syrian elephant would have towered as much as a meter over the smaller Carthaginian elephants, and would have been a truly terrifying sight on the battlefield. In India and Southeast Asia, it has always been common to use elephants as work animals to transport heavy loads for construction, but it's not clear whether the Carthaginians used their elephants in this manner, or whether these precious animals were only reserved for their power and prestige, to be used as living tanks on the battlefield, as the writer Pliny the Elder describes.
Elephants, when tamed, are employed in war, and carry into the ranks of the enemy towers filled with armed men. And on them, in a very great measure, depends the ultimate result of the battles that are fought in the East. They tread underfoot whole companies and crush the men in their armor.
But I think it's not hard to imagine that, as in India, elephants may also have been used ceremonially, in festivals and parades, to carry kings and generals, a living embodiment of the might of this new empire. While Carthage didn't hesitate to go to war to defend its interests and protect its trade, it was not at heart a warrior culture, and it never suffered a conflict to continue any longer than it absolutely had to. The Carthaginians often relied on diplomatic solutions and agreements to avoid fighting with their various neighbors in the Mediterranean. One such agreement was settled in the year 509 BC, with a minor city-state in central Italy, in the region of Latium, whose people spoke a small Italic dialect called Latin. This city's people had just that year thrown off the rule of their Etruscan king and abolished kingship in the city for good. In place of a king, they had brought in the rule of a pair of elected consuls drawn from the aristocracy, a system strikingly similar to, and perhaps even inspired by, the Carthaginians. This city's name was Rome. The Romans at that time were among several powers in central Italy, facing rivals in the Etruscans to the north, and powerful tribal confederacies like the Samnites, all fighting for dominance in the plains of central Italy. The Carthaginians seem to have taken note of this regional development and proceeded to sign a treaty with this new Roman Republic, the contents of which the Greek historian Polybius records.
There shall be friendship between the Romans and their allies, and the Carthaginians and their allies, on these conditions. Neither the Romans nor their allies are to sail beyond the fair peninsula, unless driven by stress of weather or the fear of enemies. If any one of them be driven ashore, he shall not buy or take anything for himself, save what is needed for the repair of his ship and the service of the gods. And he shall depart within 5 days. Carthage shall build no fort in Latium, and if they enter the district in arms, they shall not stay a night therein.
The theme of this treaty was simple. You leave us alone, and we will leave you alone. And while Rome was at this point very much on the Carthaginians' radar, it seems that they considered this Italian city republic to be little cause for concern. Around the year 410 BC, Carthage began minting its own silver coins, and each coin would be stamped with the symbol of a palm tree, in Greek known as Phoenike, now becoming a symbol of Phoenician identity. Carthage was now presenting itself as the new champion of the Phoenician people, the capital of the Phoenician world. It was now beginning to look a lot like an empire, and like all empires, it soon found an increasing need to defend and expand its territory. It's often said that Carthage relied on mercenaries to fight its wars, but this is something of an oversimplification. While these kinds of armies for hire did make up one part of their forces, in fact there were all kinds of reasons that people came to fight for the Empire of Carthage. Many of their soldiers were sent to fight for them as part of treaties, just as the Phoenicians had once promised to send their ships to fight for Assyria. And as Carthage expanded to conquer new peoples all along the North African coast and across the Mediterranean, ever more power and variety was added to its forces. When war came, each ally and province would send fighters of a particular kind, based on what they specialized in. The North African power of Numidia to the west of Carthage sent powerful and experienced cavalry and javelin throwers, while colonies in the island of Majorca would send slingers, and peasant spearmen with large round shields were conscripted from the fields of Libya in the east. Celts from Spain made up some part of their forces, and sometimes even Greeks and Italians ended up fighting in these armies. there was only one group of people who hardly ever fought for Carthage, and that was the citizens of Carthage themselves. The Carthaginian system relied largely on making life as comfortable as possible for the people of the capital. Few Carthaginian politicians ever risked the unpopular move of conscripting its citizens into the army, and so they amassed their forces out of units brought from all the four corners of the empire. Each army of Carthage was its own unique patchwork and would have spoken dozens of different languages, as the Greek historian Polybius writes.
It was therefore impossible to assemble them and address them as a body or to do so by any other means. For how could any general be expected to know all their languages? And, again, to address them through several interpreters, repeating the same thing 4 or 5 times, was, if anything, more impractical.
It was a system that had many weaknesses, but it allowed the empire to raise large armies at short notice. And it meant that since they could never be accused of sending good Carthaginian men to die, the politicians of the city were largely insulated from the consequences of going to war. But soon these armies would find themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle that would test this system to its breaking point and threaten to bring the whole empire to the brink of destruction. These wars would erupt over what would soon become the most fought-over piece of land in the Mediterranean. That is, the island of Sicily. Sicily is the largest island in the Mediterranean Sea. It sits off the southern end of Italy, separated by the narrow waters of the Straits of Messina, only 3 kilometers wide at its narrowest point. Sicily's
That's some sad stuff, I know, right? I don't even know what happened there. What the fuck was that?
Over its eastern coast. And due to the island's particularly violent geology,
what even was that? It's like someone with a bunch of bots or something, I guess.
Although we think of it today,
it's like fucking around on YouTube, I guess. I figured the best thing to do is to just like ignore them.
Collision with volcanic forces means the planet erupts an average 200 times a year. The volcanic ash spewed by this volcano gives the soil of Sicily an incredible fertility.
I wonder if I got any more subscribers from that. Do they give me any more karma points?
Trading with the Sicilian locals in the west, just a short hop away.
Whoa, what the fuck?
But soon they would come into conflict. But for much of this history, be their greatest rivals.
Oh, fuck you.
People who were
Biogen's just rolling around, spamming rolls. I hate it when he does that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I know, it's weird. I checked out some of their accounts, they're all like made really recently. I can't see.
And had built a number of
too far away.
In what is now Turkey. Beginning in the 8th century BC, explorers and traders began expanding their
Fuck.
Like the Phoenicians, the Greeks at this time weren't a unified people. They spoke 4 different dialects and countless subdialects, and came from dozens of independent city-states and island kingdoms that often fought with each other more bitterly than with foreigners. But despite these internal divisions,
well, the lag's gone. Usually it doesn't lag anymore around this time.
Joined up this series of colonies into an area that they would call Megale. Wherever they went, Greek settlers were in part inspired by the myth of their hero, Heracles.
Timing's a bit off.
Who travelled the length and breadth of Europe, performing his famous 12 labours, and meanwhile performing great deeds wherever he passed through. And wherever a new Greek colony sprung up around the Mediterranean, a new instalment of the Hercules myth would quickly be added, to show that this had also been one of his stops. In some places he was celebrated for slaying giants and mythical beasts, while in others his feats were more mundane. In the Greek colonies of southern Italy, he was remembered for banishing a plague of flies that was harming the livestock. In Crete, he had rid the island of wild beasts, and in Sicily, he had caught an errant bull and bested the king in a wrestling match. In Spain, Diodorus of Sicily recounts that, depending on who you ask, Hercules was credited with either creating the Straits of Gibraltar by tearing the land apart, or with narrowing it to keep out sea monsters.
Whereas before that time a great space had stood between Africa and Europe, he now narrowed the passage in order that by making it shallow and narrow, he might prevent the great sea monsters from passing out of the ocean and into the inner sea. Some authorities, however, say just the opposite, namely that the two continents were originally joined, and that he cut a passage between them, that the ocean was linked with the sea. On this question, however, it would be possible for every man to live as he pleased.
In one of the most dramatic episodes of his tales, during his captive labour, Hercules is tasked with stealing the red cattle of the ogre Geryon, who lived in Erythia, southern Spain, close to the Phoenician colony of Garganus. Since Geryon lived so far in the west, it was said, hides of his cattle had been stained red by their close proximity to the setting sun. After killing Geryon, Hercules takes his cattle and herds them all the way back home to Greece in a meandering route that took him from Spain through southern France and over the soaring snowy mountains and on into
Yeah, cut his other foot off.
Hercules then made his way to Italy.
Oh shit.
As he traversed
Okay, that's just the pearl finger, but still.
He made a highway up the hill, which was rough and almost impassable. The barbarians who had inhabited this mountain region had been accustomed to butcher and to plunder such armies as passed through when they came to the difficult portions of the way. But he subdued them all.
The story of Hercules bringing his cattle from Spain over these mountains was the dramatic pinnacle of a series of myths that would become known as the Herculean Plague. It was a series of stories that would be told to countless generations of Greek settlers, and then to the children of the Romans who followed them. And as the Phoenician hero Melkor became increasingly associated with Hercules in later years, these stories would also be told to the children of Carthage. With stories of this wandering hero on their lips, the Greek settlements for several centuries, they maintained an uneasy peace with the Carthaginian colonies in the west of the island. But as both powers began to acquire greater
There we go. Oh!
they would soon
This
find
got rolled over. Balls.
the exact dating and details
I was
of
like,
these
there we
wars
go, we got the
is
blood
still
proc.
fiercely contested, but it's clear that by the late 5th century BC, Sicily had erupted in warfare between Carthage and the Greeks. Soon it would resemble a piece of meat being torn apart by two hungry dogs. The economy of the island suffered. Warlords established themselves as the tyrant rulers of its cities, and banditry and lawlessness spread. For much of these centuries of fighting, the Carthaginians were happy to let the wars with the Greeks simmer on. The citizens of its capital never went to war, and so long as the peace and comfort of their city was never disturbed, it must have felt to them that these wars were a very long way from home. But the final episode of these conflicts, known as the Seventh Sicilian War, would puncture this sense of invulnerability. That's because Carthage would find itself in a life or death struggle, with a man who would bring the war home to their shores in dramatic fashion. He was a king of Syracuse, a Greek city-state on the southeastern coast of Sicily, and his name was Agathocles. Agathocles began life as a commoner in the Sicilian colonies, the son of a potter in the port city of Syracuse. At first he learned his father's trade, but soon entered the army and rose through its ranks, until he was able to enact a military coup and seize the throne of the city in the year 317 BC. Agathocles had a high opinion of himself, and as the tyrant of Syracuse, he minted silver coins that portrayed himself as the heir to Alexander the Great, the greatest of all the Greeks. And like Alexander, Agathocles had dreams of conquest. He soon set about subjugating cities all around him, as the historian Diodorus of Sicily recalls.
Agathocles began unhampered to subject the cities and strongholds to himself. Mastering many of them quickly, he made his power secure. In fact, he built up for himself a host of allies, ample revenues, and a considerable army. He had picked a mercenary force comprising 10,000 foot soldiers and 3,500 horse. Moreover, he prepared a store of weapons and of missiles of all kinds, since he knew that the Carthaginians would shortly wage war against him.
As predicted, it wasn't long before the Carthaginians began to see Agathocles as a serious threat. Carthage amassed a huge army in its usual way, gathering mercenaries and levies from all of its territories and allies, slingers, spearmen, cavalry, elephants, likely speaking a dozen different languages, and sailed all of them to Sicily. On the way, many of their ships were wrecked in a storm, but the force that arrived was still easily enough to overpower the tyrant Agathocles, as Diodorus recounts.
As Agathocles saw the forces of the Carthaginians were superior to his own, he surmised that not a few of the strongholds could go over to the Phoenicians, and also those of the cities that were offended with him.
After a stinging defeat on the Himera River in central Sicily, Agathocles retreated east to his port capital of Syracuse, where the Carthaginians surrounded the city and laid siege. For Agathocles, it looks like all hope was lost. But it's here, in this desperate moment, that he decided on a truly daring course of action. He hatched a plan to break free of the siege by ship, set sail for Africa, and make a desperate strike at the heart of his enemy, the city of Carthage itself.
When he saw that all his allies had changed sides, and that barbarians were masters of almost all Sicily except Syracuse, and were far superior in both land and sea forces, he carried out an undertaking that was unexpected and most reckless. He determined to leave an adequate garrison for the city, to select those of the soldiers who were fit, and with these to cross over into Libya. For he hoped that, if he did this, those in Carthage who had been living luxuriously in long-continued peace, and were therefore without experience in the dangers of battle, would easily be defeated.
When the Carthaginians saw the Greek fleet leaving Syracuse, they believed Agathocles to be fleeing, and they pursued him. They chased the Greeks, harrying them across the sea for hundreds of kilometers, pelting them with arrows and sling stones. But luck was on the side of the Greeks, and Agathocles and his soldiers were able to land on the beaches of Africa. Agathocles must have feared that his soldiers would lose courage and attempt to flee, and so he ordered their ships to be burned.
Man, I really want to do Retopo, but there's still a lot to do.
Standing by the stern, he bade the others also to follow his example.
Then, as all the captains threw in the fire and the flames quickly blazed high, the trumpeters sounded the signal for battle and the army raised the war cry, while all together prayed for a safe return home. This Agathocles did, for it was clear that if the retreat to the ships was cut off, in victory alone would they have hope for safety. Nevertheless, when all the ships were aflame and the fire was spreading widely, terror laid hold upon the Sicilians, as they considered the vastness of the sea that separated them from home.
From the city walls of Carthage, the fires of the burning ships would have been visible on the horizon, and now fear was beginning to spread among its citizens. For them, war was something that happened in other places. The city had never been significantly threatened before, and there were virtually no forces there to defend it.
Panic and great confusion seized upon the city. The crowds rushed to the marketplace, and the Council of Elders consulted what should be done. In fact, there was no army at hand that could take the field against the enemy. The mass of the citizens who had no experience in warfare were already in despair, and the enemy was thought to be near the walls.
For the first time, the citizens of Carthage would actually have to fight. They were conscripted en masse, given long spears and shields, perhaps given some rudimentary training, and, along with the small complement of city guards, marched out to meet the Greeks in battle. The Carthaginians hoped to make up for the poor quality of their citizen troops with sheer numbers, and, vastly outnumbering Agathocles, they were confident of victory. But that was not to be the case. When they met, the experienced and now desperate Greeks smashed the citizen soldiers of Carthage, ran them off the battlefield, and flooded into their camp. And here, Diodorus writes that they made a telling discovery.
In the camp of the Carthaginians were found, along with other goods, many wagons, in which were being transported more than 20,000 pairs of manacles. For the Carthaginians, having expected to master the Greeks easily, had passed the word along among themselves to take alive as many possible and, after shackling them, to throw them into slave pens.
With this army defeated, the city of Carthage was now completely surrounded by hostile forces, and Diodorus can't help but comment on the ridiculous nature of the situation.
In Sicily, the Carthaginians who had defeated Agathocles in a great battle were besieging Syracuse. But in Libya, Agathocles had brought the Carthaginians under siege.
It's here that the Carthaginians, in their desperation, seem to have turned to an ancient ritual that forms one of the darkest and most controversial aspects of their history. That is, the rite of child sacrifice. Human sacrifice was, at certain times, a feature of various societies in the ancient world. Rituals of this kind have been attested in several indigenous American societies, and in the early histories of Israel and Judah, as well as the cities of Phoenicia, like Tyre and Sidon. The Book of Kings records one king of the Levantine kingdom of Moab sacrificing his firstborn child when a war isn't going his way. In Ireland, Britain, and northern Germany, during the Iron Age, sacrificial victims were ritually strangled and cast into bogs, where the acidic waters mummified them in a state of perfect preservation. This idea of a deadly exchange with the gods seems to be one that recurs in human psychology and has independently arisen in multiple cultures. The idea that if we want to ask the gods for a great favor, we have to give them something truly precious in exchange. And what could be more precious than a human life? With the writing down of the Hebrew Bible and the law codes of Moses, this practice was condemned and outlawed in much of the Levant. And from then on, animals were sacrificed in the place of human victims. In Tyre and other Phoenician cities, The practice also seems to have died out in the first millennium. But there is one place it seems to have continued well into the 2nd century BC, and that is Carthage. These were violent times, when human life was cheap. But even so, these rituals were mentioned with some revulsion by several ancient writers, among them the Greek philosopher Plato.
With us, for instance, human sacrifice is not legal, but unholy, whereas the Carthaginians perform it as a thing they account holy and legal, and that too when some of them even sacrifice their own sons.
At first, these rituals seem to have been an authentic sacrifice, giving up the life of one of your own children in the hope of receiving favor from the gods. But before long, wealthy Carthaginians found a way around this. In fact, they seem to have developed a macabre industry, a trade in other people's children for sacrifice. The writer Plutarch describes this system and gives a sense for the atmosphere of these grisly rituals.
Those who had no children would buy little ones from poor people and cut their throats, as if they were so many lambs or young birds. Meanwhile, the mother stood by without a tear or moan. But should she utter a single moan or let fall a single tear, she had to forfeit the money, and her child was sacrificed nevertheless. And the whole area before the statue was filled with a loud noise of flutes and drums, so that the cries of wailing should not reach the ears of the people.
For a long time, it was assumed that these stories were exaggerations, pieces of Greek propaganda designed to demonize their enemies in Carthage. But more modern archaeological discoveries have more or less confirmed that child sacrifice did take place, at least at some times and at least by some people in the city. Large collections of buried urns containing the cremated remains of children have been found in large temple sites known as tofets. Some of these temples are exceedingly large, with collections of cremation urns exceeding 2,000 in number. Archaeology has uncovered masks and symbols at these sites, incense burners and other paraphernalia of ritual, suggesting that the ceremonies were highly structured. It is worth being cautious with these findings. At most of the sites, analysis has shown that the vast majority of these children's remains are of stillborn babies, or babies that had died of natural causes. At a time when child mortality has been estimated at around 30 to 40%, the Carthaginians may have considered the tragedy of infant death to be a kind of sacred sign, a human life being taken back by the gods. And the bodies of these children were burned in the tofets as a result. The relative lack of children's remains in the regular graveyards of the city seem to show that these tofets were, at least in part, cremation sites for the remains of children who had died of other causes. But analysis of the ages of other remains at other times don't seem to fit with patterns of child mortality. However the ritual had begun, at least in the later years of the city, it had evolved into something much darker and crueler. The inscriptions at these later sites of sacrifice, left over the cremation urns, don't seem to leave much room for interpretation, as this typical example shows.
To Lady Tinnet, face of Baal, and Lord Baal Hamon, the thing that Arish, son of Bodashtat, son of Balshalem, maker of Strigils, vowed because the Lord heard his voice.
There are countless of these inscriptions, and they all follow this pattern. The child was not offered up front, but was promised in advance if the gods came through on their request. The Greek historian Cleitarchus seems to confirm this order of events.
The Phoenicians, and above all the Carthaginians, whenever they were eager for a great thing to succeed, made a vow by one of their children. If they would receive the desired things, they would sacrifice to the gods. A bronze Chronos, having been erected by them.
There's like an extra
stretched
joint
out
here that
upward
shouldn't
hands over
be
a
here.
bronze oven to burn the
I just
child.
realized that.
The flame of the burning child reached its body until the limbs, having shriveled
How
up and
is-
smiling mouth appeared to be
I
almost
need to be more
laughing.
careful about how
It
this
could
is going
slip
to animate.
into the oven.
We can't imagine the kinds of things people might have asked for in exchange for these sacrifices. Perhaps in some instances we can imagine the ritual was performed out of desperation, an extreme measure. Other times, perhaps the wishes were trivial. Good weather on a journey, maybe. Good fortune and wealth in the year to come. Or the downfall of a business rival. Whatever their wish was, it seems that if it went on to come true, the child's fate would be sealed. With only fragmentary second-hand accounts, and the little that can be gleaned from archaeological sites, we're left guessing about the questions that desperately need answers. How widespread this practice was in society, why and when people engaged in it, and how the majority of Carthaginian citizens felt about it. With the army of Agathocles drawing near, and their last citizen defenders defeated in the field, the Carthaginians began to believe that their gods must be angry with them. And at least some people in the city believed that it was this practice, of sacrificing the children of the poor instead of their own, that was to blame, as Diodorus of Sicily recounts.
They also alleged that Cronus had turned against them, as in former times they had been accustomed to sacrifice to this god the noblest of their sons, but more recently, secretly buying and nurturing children, they had sent these to the sacrifice. When they had given thought to these things, and saw their enemy encamped before their walls, they were filled with superstitious dread, for they believed that they had neglected the honors of the gods that had been established by their fathers. In their zeal to make amends for their omission, they selected 200 of the noblest children and sacrificed them publicly, and others who were under suspicion sacrificed themselves voluntarily.
Children's
in
sacrifice.
number not less than 300.
In this time of peril, the citizens of Carthage reverted to a kind of suicidal religious fundamentalism. But this would not be the end of the city. Agathocles rampaged around the countryside of Carthage for years, but the city's formidable triple-walled defences would keep him at bay, and soon the Greek king ran out of steam. In his absence, some of his Sicilian vassals were taking the opportunity to declare independence. He hurried back home, leaving his inexperienced son in charge of his army, who was easily outmaneuvered by Carthaginian generals. By the time Agathocles returned to Africa, he saw that the situation had become untenable, and he fled back home to Sicily. But his achievements had been significant. He had left a lasting impression on the people of Carthage, laid waste to their countryside, terrified them so deeply that they had slaughtered their own children, and likely left them on the brink of bankruptcy. A peace treaty in 307 BC essentially returned the situation to exactly how it had been before the war started. The example of Agathocles, of a daring strike at the heart of your enemy, right at the moment they least expect it, was an example that later Carthaginian generals would remember and learn from. But it was also an episode that other powers in the region paid particular attention to. Carthage had once been considered the region's major power, but a small Greek army had come within a hair's breadth of bringing it to its knees. The historian Plutarch puts it bluntly in the mouth of one of his characters.
For who could keep his hands off Libya or Carthage when that city got within his reach, a city which Agathocles, slipping stealthily out of Syracuse and crossing the sea with only a few ships, narrowly missed taking?
The first who would seek to take advantage of this perceived weakness was a Greek king named Pyrrhus.
What's this? Oh my god.
Pyrrhus was the king of the Greek kingdom of Epiros, around what is today southern Albania. His name meant fiery or red-haired, coming from the same root as the English word fire. And Plutarch recalls that he seems to have suffered from some kind of developmental disorder that fused together the teeth of his
Wow.
jaw,
I don't
giving
like this
him an
slope.
unsettling look.
In the aspect of his countenance, Pyrrhus had more of terror than of power. He had not many teeth, but his upper jaw was one continuous bone, on which the usual intervals between the teeth were indicated by slight
Whoa.
depressions.
Just like Agathocles, Pyrrhus had an immensely high opinion of himself, and fancied himself as the inheritor of the legacy of Alexander. In his later life, he styled himself as a hero of the Hellenic world, the defender of anything. And right at that moment, the Greeks who needed the most defending were the beleaguered colonies in southern Italy, the region known as Megare Hellas, or Greater Greece. These city-states were suddenly being menaced by a powerful new force in the region, a people from the river plains of central Italy that the Greeks considered to be barbarian, and that had recently emerged as something of a regional superpower. This was the once small and insignificant city-state republic of Rome. Throughout the 4th century BC, this bizarre republic had begun expanding into the hinterland of its region of Latium, and brought a number of other cities under its control. From there, they had managed to upset the power balance of central Italy, and toppled a number of well-established rivals, absorbing all of Latium and the region of Campania. And wherever they went, the Romans took a remarkably clever and pragmatic approach to absorbing other peoples into their society. While empires like Carthage kept full citizenship only for the people living in their home city, Rome was far more generous with citizenship. Unlike the armies of Carthage, Rome's legions were made up of citizen soldiers, and with every free man now a citizen, they were able to draw on vast reserves of manpower. As Rome grew in size and influence, Carthage took notice. About 160 years after the first treaty they had signed, they penned a new, expanded agreement with Rome. This new treaty added the condition that Rome would not try to found any cities in Carthaginian territory, suggesting that Roman expansion had become at least a small concern for the region's major power. But for the most part, relations between Rome and Carthage were friendly and suspicious. Carthage welcomed the rise of Rome as a potential ally against their mutual enemies, the Greeks. And one district of the city of Rome was known as the Vicus Africus, or African Quarter, suggesting that a population of Carthaginian merchants already lived and traded in the city. It seems Carthage viewed Rome not as an unwelcome rival, but as a new potential source of
Man,
business.
everyone loves to like honor and duel
For
these
the Greek
days.
colonies of southern Italy,
It's so weird.
Rome was a voracious new predator. As Roman power expanded, the Greeks found themselves surrounded, and many of them began sending out letters of distress to the fiery Greek king Pyrrhus. One of these colonies was the city of Tarentum, as Plutarch recalls.
The Romans were at war with the people of Tarentum, who, being able neither to carry on the war nor put an end to it, wished to make Pyrrhus their leader and summon him to the war, believing him to be a most formidable general.
Pyrrhus couldn't resist this opportunity to position himself as the valiant defender of Greek civilization against these Latin barbarians. He gathered an armada and a large army complete with 20 war elephants, and in the year 280 BC, he sailed to southern Italy in full force. Himself a sophisticated Greek, Pyrrhus expected to meet an unruly barbarian horde on the battlefield. But Roman troops were by now toughened from their long wars of expansion in Italy, and they were already exhibiting the kind of organization that would one day make them famous.
When he learned that the Romans were near and lay encamped on the further side of the river Cyrus, he rode up to the river to get a view of them. And when he observed their discipline, the appointment
Let's
of
go
their
make a
marshals,
more
their
cancerous build. I think I can
and the general
make this even
arrangement
more
of the camp,
annoying.
he was amazed.
Let's see, we can
And
get
said
like
to the friend that was nearest him, "The discipline of
like
these
Anspur
barbarians
Rapier
is
would be
not
pretty good.
barbarous."
Anspur Rapier plus
But
Shield
these
Crash.
early Roman legions were still no match for Greek phalanxes.
Where do I get that?
And the sight of
Do I have
Pyrrhus's
it? I
elephants
think I might have it.
terrified the Roman horses. Pyrrhus defeated the Romans in 2 battles, at Heraclea and at Ausculum in the year 279 BC, and he believed that Rome must soon concede the war and agree to the terms of his
Or
demands.
Warhawk's Talon. I was thinking about doing
But
this. Warhawk's
slightly to
Talon
the
plus...
bemusement of
Because
Pyrrhus,
Warhawk's Talon is
Rome
also a
simply
multi-hit.
refused to admit defeat. This
Let's go get,
refusal to ever sue for peace
Sparabia.
would become something of a Roman hallmark. Some have argued that Rome's very nature as a citizen democracy actually contributed to their immense doggedness in warfare. Their leaders were politicians and existed in a state of
Maybe a
constant
spear.
competition with each other for the support of the voting public. Any politician who signed a damaging peace treaty could be eviscerated in the Senate as a coward, a fool, or even a traitor. This meant that Roman senators would often overwhelmingly vote to continue a war rather than admit defeat. This will to continue, along with their large reserves of citizen manpower, meant that Rome could often absorb terrific defeats, losing whole armies, and simply keep going. This often had the effect of simply grinding down their enemies' will to fight. According to Plutarch, who was fond of inventing dialogue for his historical characters, Pyrrhus made the following quip after his 3rd victory with Rome.
We are told that Pyrrhus said to one who was congratulating him on his victory, "If we are victorious in one more battle with the Romans, we shall be utterly ruined," for he had lost great part of the forces with which he came, and all his friends and generals, except a few. He had no others whom he could summon from home, and he saw
What would be the
that his
best
allies
weapons for
in
like
Italy
a host who
were
wants to do
becoming
honor
indifferent,
duels? Oh, it's
while the
Rajier.
army of the Romans, as if from a fountain gushing forth indoors, was easily and speedily filled up again.
After this series of Pyrrhic victories, Pyrrhus soon realized the conquest of Italy would elude him. He came within miles of Rome, but the tall Servian walls of the city meant that his beleaguered force had
I don't like
no
that
hope
delay.
of capturing it.
That delay is
Still, he couldn't bear the thought of returning home
cool, but it's not
empty-handed.
exactly
Pyrrhus
what I
decided
want.
that he would head to Sicily and see if he could have any more success helping the Greek colonies there fight against
Now
the
let's not use
Carthaginians.
this.
He arrived in the Greek town of Syracuse to a hero's welcome. Every Greek colony
Do I
on
not
the
have
island
Anspers?
sent troops to fill his army. And Pyrrhus would find
check.
the Carthaginian forces on Sicily to be a much softer target than the legions of Rome. The Carthaginian response to Pyrrhus couldn't have been more different to the Romans.
Maybe Pike. We'll
With
try
little
Pike.
desire to be dragged back into another war in Sicily,
good.
they offered to pay him off generously to
Partisan.
leave them alone. But Pyrrhus
Partisan is
refused,
strength scaling.
as Plutarch describes.
Like that.
When the Carthaginians were inclined to come to terms, and were willing to pay him money and send him ships, he replied to them, his heart being set on greater things, that there could be no settlement or friendship between himself and them unless they abandoned all Sicily.
But Sicily too eventually defeated him. After years of war, his men were
I feel like
tired.
single spear
The
isn't going to do enough
Carthaginians
damage.
and Romans were now working together, so he faced the powerful armies of Rome on land and the vast navy of Carthage by sea. After finally meeting with defeat in southern Italy, he cut his losses and sailed for home with little to show for his years of war. As he sailed away, Plutarch imagines Pyrrhus reflecting on the situation he has left behind.
He could not master Sicily, which was like a storm-tossed ship, but desired to leave her. And it is said that at the time of his departure, Pyrrhus looked back at the island and said to those about him, "My friends, what a wrestling ground for Carthaginians and Romans we are leaving behind us."
Pyrrhus's campaign had ended in failure. With him gone, Rome quickly swept over the remaining Greek city-states of Italy and solidified its hold on the south of their peninsula.
There we go.
The Romans built roads, connecting these wealthy Greek cities to the Roman network, and used the treasure they seized to build a grand series of new temples in the capital, as well as an enormous second aqueduct for Rome, the Aqua Anio Vetus. Meanwhile, Carthage reclaimed many of the cities that Pyrrhus had taken in Sicily. But without a common enemy, the twin powers of Carthage and Rome were now butting up against each other. By the year 270 BC, Rome had captured the city of Rhegium, right across the Straits of Messina. They could now look over the water and gaze directly at the coast of Sicily. The wrestling ground that Pyrrhus had left behind in Sicily would set the stage for the next dramatic period of Mediterranean history. It was a stage that would see a conflict unfold that would dwarf the Sicilian Wars for intensity and scale, that would last for 100 years, that would bring both powers to the brink of bankruptcy and cost more than 1 million lives. This was the beginning of the Punic Wars.
Strength 18 dex. I could put the points in from dex into something else. I don't know.
The word Punic
I
comes
guess,
from Latin
you know what? My
and is a mutation
original
of the
set
Greek
is
word
fine.
Phoenike, or Phoenician. And at this time, the Romans had come to use it to describe the Phoenician superpower of Carthage,
We'll
that
just
sat
do this.
facing them, only 3 days' voyage away on the other side of the sea. The historian Cassius Dio summarizes the situation as both the powers of Rome and Carthage slid towards war.
The Carthaginians, who had long been powerful, and the Romans, who were now growing more rapidly stronger, kept viewing each other with jealousy. They were led into war partly by the desire of continually acquiring more, and partly also by fear. It was a chance incident that broke their truce and plunged them into war.
The main source for almost every aspect of the First Punic War is the historian Polybius, a Greek who was sent to Rome in 167 BC as a hostage. Polybius was writing about the events of the First Punic War a century after they took place, but he was meticulous in his research and travelled widely, gathering as much first-hand knowledge and archival material as he could. And as a Greek, he was something of an outsider in Rome, meaning that his portrayal of the war is considered to be relatively even-handed. The story that Polybius tells begins in the volcanic island of Sicily, where around the beginning of the 3rd
swap
century
that out
BC,
for
trouble was once
the axe
again
and then
threatening to
this.
erupt.
Let's see.
At this time, Sicily had something of the Wild West about it.
I wonder if the
Large
fingerprint
parts of it
shield would be
were
better.
lawless and
feel like maybe
fell between the
not.
influences of Carthage and the Greeks. Both sides often
Okay,
used
let's go rebuild.
mercenaries to
Let's
fight
go
for
rebuild
them.
the build.
But when a particular war was finished, it wasn't always so easy to get rid of these bands of rough
Need
and
something
violent
that's
men.
good with lightning, So
One such band were a group of
Ronin's
mostly
armor
southern
be
Italians
better for
who called
this.
themselves the Mamertines,
Or maybe we'll
or
do
Sons of Mars, the Roman god of war. In the past,
Ronin's armor
they had
is
been
just so
hired
damn
by
good
Agathocles
for what it
to
is.
fight Carthage in Sicily. But when the tyrant of Syracuse had died, they found themselves
You
out of
banished
work.
knights.
The Mamertines wandered the island for some time, likely
Doesn't really match,
engaging
though.
in theft and petty banditry to survive, until they reached the walled Greek town of Messina. Messina
Crucible.
was a small settlement on the northeastern
Here we
tip
go.
of Sicily, with the shadow of Mount Etna looming over the horizon. And its location was of great strategic importance. That's because Messina was one side of the narrowest crossing point between Sicily and Italy. Standing on the shore there, you can see the Italian mainland just over the water, and a ship could make the crossing in under 30 minutes. Anyone who controlled Messina would also control this crossing, and this meant that both Carthage and Rome were anxious about the city's future. When the band of Mamertines arrived in Messina, they must have made quite a sorry sight, and the people of the city originally took pity on
What
them.
about
They took them in and even gave them shelter
Sword
in
of
their own
Milos?
home.
Because that is also
But soon,
a
these hired swords became restless and
quality
jealous
weapon.
of the people's comfortable lives. In fact, they began to plot to seize the city for themselves. Polybius recounts what happened next.
Certain
stars.
campaigners serving under Agathocles had long cast covetous eyes on the beauty and prosperity of Messina, and they availed themselves of the first opportunity to capture it by treachery. After being admitted as friends and occupying the city, they first expelled or massacred the citizens, and then took possession of the wives and families of the dispossessed victims. They next divided among themselves the land and all other property.
For the next 20 years or so, the Mamertines would run Messina as a kind of pirate fortress. They would use it as a base to conduct raids on nearby towns and villages, and to rob ships that sailed through the narrow straits. But soon, the last remaining Greek king in Sicily, a king of Syracuse named Hiero, had had enough. In the year 265 BC, he moved to attack the city of Messina to stamp out these troublesome pirates. Fearing execution for their crimes, the Mamertines played the only card left to them, trading on the strategic importance of the city. They sent out requests for help to both of the big players in the region, to Rome and to Carthage. The Carthaginians, being closer, came to their help first, delighted as always to kick sand in the face of the Greeks. They moved a small army into Messina and helped the Mamertines to defend it. This was just the latest move in the nearly 2-century chess game between Carthage and the Greeks of Sicily, but to the Romans, it was a worrying move. With control of the crossing over to Italy, the Romans began to fear that Carthage was plotting an invasion of the mainland, as Polybius recalls.
The Romans saw all this and felt that it was absolutely necessary
Okay, that seems a little bit
not
better.
to let Messina slip, or allow the Carthaginians to secure what would be like a bridge to enable them to cross into Italy.
The Roman Senate was bitterly divided on what to do, with many expressing disgust at coming to the aid of what amounted to a band of pirates. But eventually their fears won out. They voted to send a force to Messina to secure the crossing, led by a consul named Appius Claudius. Rome was an inland city, situated on the river Tiber, and so the Romans were not a naturally sea-going people. With few ships of their own, they borrowed as many as they could from the coastal cities of southern Italy.
When they first took in hand to send troops across to Messina, They not only had no decked vessels, but no warships at all, not so much as a single galley. But they borrowed quinquiremes and triremes from Tarentum and Locri, and even from Alea and Neapolis.
The Romans under the command of Appius successfully made the short crossing in 264 BC, catching the powerful Carthaginian navy off guard. When they arrived in Messina, the Italian Mamertines ousted the Carthaginians who had come to their aid and welcomed the Roman army into the town in their place. The Roman capture of Messina immediately shifted the balance of power in Sicily. The Greeks of Syracuse
We'll
formed
level
a
this up.
hasty alliance
See what
with
it's
their
like.
ancient enemies in Carthage, overturning 2 centuries of war to repel this new invader. But it was no good. The Roman commander Appius descended on Syracuse with lightning speed, as Polybius writes.
Having succeeded in engaging the enemy, thenceforth he scoured the territory of Syracuse and her allies with impunity, and laid it waste without finding anyone to dispute the possession of the open country. And finally he sat down before Syracuse itself, and laid siege to it.
King Hiero saw no other way out. He surrendered, switched sides,
like
and swore
Stormblade.
allegiance to the Romans. This was the end of the last independent Greek states in Italy and Sicily, and the future of the
Could be good.
Mediterranean would now be decided by either Carthage or Rome. Both sides now marched to war.
Doesn't really match though. The axe seems to look nicer on this build.
In this first Punic War, the Carthaginians were clearly concerned. They drew up a large army of Celts, Iberians, and other peoples, and dispatched it to Sicily. But they were also confident in their overall strategy, which had served them well in previous Sicilian wars. While the warships of Carthage commanded the waves, their...
Give me a sec here. Okay, so talismans. Millicent's. I don't know if I actually need this. This is actually. It's good, but it's only good for like clearing content. Otherwise, like Lord of Bloods would be a lot better. Yeah, we gotta do Lord of Bloods. What if we can also do like Kindred of Rot? That'd be pretty insane. That'd be a bleed and poison shield bash. We can try that. $211 plus 76. I should have looked at the values. Wow, this gives it magic damage too, though. Shard of Alexander might be better here. Because I don't have to proc poison, and then I can change this back to frost. Now I can't really wear this. Can I wear my old setup? Oh, maybe? Looks like it. Need more mind. I don't get enough shield bashes here. Can transfer. Let's see. On Wing, Millicent's Lord of Blood. Shard. Holy Crossbow, Spike Palisade, Sacrificial Axe. .26 endurance, 60 vigor. Okay, let's go see if I can like put. I can have 20 mind instead. This 20 mind. Or the Warhawk talent. This makes more sense. It looks nicer too. What if we roll with this? This could be pretty good. Just because of like the lightning resist. Which is not too bad. I kind of want the other helmet though. I've grown attached to this helmet. No. It doesn't look as good though. Or this with that. No, this looks kind of dumpy. Ooh, this could work. Let's go somewhere else that, like, nicer. We gotta test this sword out on some PvE a bit more. Like, it's not bad. The little lunge forward is really nice. The R2. I feel like we need the cloak back though, if we're running this kind of setup. Need some layer to this. Or maybe the pike. You tried to play with mouse and keyboard today? It wasn't pretty. Partisan looks better here. I like the look of the Partisan a lot more. Yeah, a tip with the mouse and keyboard, you can go to like controls, or is it camera? Where is it? Controls. Somewhere in here. Advanced settings. Like there's like auto tracking. It's like auto tracking on the camera, and it kind of messes with mouse and keyboard. I don't know where it is. It's in here somewhere. Yeah. But this is just, this looks so good, man. Oh, I should keep the cloak on. It actually looks good with the setup. But it's just not a very good PvP weapon. I said it's not a very good PvE weapon either. Oh, it's good, but only if like they're slow, right? This, I might actually use this. Warhawk's Blood Talon. It seems pretty good, actually. What is this? 81 plus 84. It's like the same amount of damage as my shield. A bit more. Oh, without the magic, of course. You play with the default keys. So I have like my strong attack, right, set to mouse button 5, and then I have my skill set to mouse button 4. So jump attack for me is just spacebar, and then spacebar, and then mouse button 5, which is pretty easy. It's basically doing the same as like jump and click, but it's with another mouse button. But yeah, it takes a lot to get used to. I remember complaining a lot about the controls early on. Hmm. Also, this weighs a lot. This is almost 20. It's like 20 pounds of steel. Yeah, let's go run this setup for a while. We'll go do some co-op with it, see if it's any good. I almost feel like I need a different kind of cosmetic to run this sword though. Like this sword is so, like it's very thin. It doesn't really match the rest of the armor, which is kind of like bulky. Oh well, we'll just run this for now, I guess. I saw like Saint Riot use this sword a lot, which is where I got the idea, because he was using it for like a multi-hit setup, and I do have a multi-hit setup. I'm gonna hit Bach on accident. At the same time, man, like Giza's wheel is just so much fun. But it's so hard to land in PvP. Hmm. Man, I don't know. I kinda wanna stay with Giza's wheel. Also, I want this cloak though too. Hmm. What to do? Use the Templar looking full helm? Templar looking full helm? You mean the Knight helm? Oh, this one, the Great Helm. Yeah, I know a lot of people like the Great Helm. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of the Great Helm. It's too boxy. But yeah, it does look good. It definitely looks good with certain combinations. It's just not my style. I need like better gloves. I want like plate gloves. That's too heavy. Oh, these ones are lighter. These are like a straight upgrade, what the heck? But they're like the wrong color too. They're like silver. What about Leyendell's? Maybe? And then, well, I'm getting summoned, so. Nicholas Haligtree. Okay, you know what? Let's go actually use the Warhawk's Talon. I said I'd use it. We should use it. And then just like wear some beefier stuff because I have the equip load. Maybe not. Are we doing all of the Haligtree? Are we just doing the boss? Then we're just doing the boss. Alright. I don't know, man. This sword is like the attack is really good for multi-hit, but it doesn't. It just feels like it feels kind of flimsy. It's like this little Gillette's shaving razor next to this massive spiked palisade, right? It doesn't mesh. Doesn't match the look that I have with the shield. Banished Knight. Yeah, Banished Knight is really awesome. Ah! Yeah, another thing is, like, it doesn't really have stagger. I guess that's what shield crash is for. Oh, I got the stone club. Oh my god. That actually might be really good. It's a pure strength weapon, right? Yo, I should, like, use the stone club. I should use the stone club with, the shield. Blah, blah, blah. What am I doing? Shield crashing on the freaking... Oh no, the host died! Ah! Yeah, the stone club, I hear it's like really, really good. Like heavy infused. I can just use that to smack people with, and then if I don't want to use shield crash. But at the same time, if I'm gonna do that, I should just use the sacrificial axe. Because it's roughly the same thing. It's not gonna do as much damage, but like the mana regen is really good in co-op. Especially if I'm doing like all of Leyendell. You don't get any cerulean flask recharges in the city. Not a single one. It's crazy. So yeah, maybe I'll just... It's a little bit lame. But I can do guard counters, so... See if I don't one-shot... Oh, I did one-shot him. Let's go try rolling into this guy. Like, guard counters are gonna be really good with this. So I can do that. It's not like multi-hit. It doesn't take advantage of multi-hit, but... Yeah. Yeah, the club would be a really good bet. The shield just scales purely with strength. Well, now it scales a little bit with int because I have cold on it, but... Yeah. It looks badass too. Look at that. It's like... You can see like some metal in there. It's not just stone. It's... you got some metal... lumps of metal in there. Oh my god, it's heavy. It sounds like a colossal weapon. You smack things with it. Oh my god. The bonk rate. Oh yeah, that's true. Look how fast it is. Holy cow. Well, we'll smack this guy over here with it unupgraded. See how much damage it... Oh, he's dead. Yeah, we'll smack this guy then. See how much damage it does. Oh my god. So brutal. I feel like I need more mana. Like, this is a primary shield crash build. I am a little bit mana starved. Especially if like, uh, if I arrive as a blue and the host just wants me to honor duel the invader, I need more mana for that. Hmm. Some of the items I'm bringing to the DLC, yeah, that's a good choice. Yeah, I'll bet. I need some form of passive regeneration though. I'm really missing out on a lot without it. Sword of Milos. No, let's not use that. I find that Sword of Milos doesn't do enough damage. Like the basic attack rating is a bit low for what it is. Let's go upgrade the stone mace and compare. We'll infuse it with like heavy or something. FP regen I find is better than health regen. Because you can always like, with FP regen, you can heal yourself with spells. And also like use skills more. We can do Beast Roar. Heavy infused Beast Roar. If you know a guy who knows a guy, Starlight Shards are also good. Yeah, I do know a guy who knows a guy. And he has hooked me up with Starlight Shards, but I try not to use them if I can. They're a bit too cheesy. A little bit too cheesy. Look at that strength scaling, man. Plus A. Oh, wait, actually, which one does more damage? I feel like they do kind of the same damage. Look at that. Heavy Sacrificial Axe. There's the same level too, so 262 plus that is 300, 400, and 413. This one is... Wait, that can't be right. Wait, why does this do so much damage? Is that really 418? Is my math wrong? Okay, so 200, 300. Yeah, that is 400 and... No, not 18, but 413. And then this is 380, 97? Wait, 300... Yeah, 397. This does more damage. The Sacrificial Axe actually does more damage than the Stone Club at plus 20 with Heavy Infuse. Why is that though? They're both strength scaling. They don't have any other scaling on them. I thought this would do more damage. You have Cragblade, put that in the clip. That said, like this axe is slower. It's quite a bit slower, I think. Let's think about the use cases, right? Like, what am I going to use a one-handed weapon for? It's probably going to be for clearing out, like, weaker mobs. If I'm going to, without having to, like, use my shield. And it's, like, faster, right? It's faster than my shield. So I don't have to two-hand my shield and just, like, bash everything with my shield, which is not fun. So the primary use for this is to be killing small mobs. I'm switching over to Shield Crash. But then I'm going to be like entirely reliant on Shield Crash for enemies like knights and stuff. If I have Giza's Wheel, right, I can actually use this on knights and like big like omens and stuff, and I'll tear right through them. I'll stagger them to death. Like that'll stagger an omen. You know what? I think I'll just stick with this wheel. I really think this might just be the best setup. Although I do want Poly Crossbow as a quick swap instead of hard swap. It's 4 weight. What can I do to equip that? I know Cragblade on the club is also fairly good on bosses for stagger. Yeah, I'll keep it on my builds. I'll keep it in here in case I run into anything that needs a good bonking, like the. Although like my shield is like. My shield is my bonker, so. I was fighting some Crystallians earlier today, but I don't know if I had it on stream, but shield crash into Crystallians just. It's just like they're gone. You don't need anything else. This will be good to have though. I'll keep this on my build. This plus Cragblade, you say, huh? Do I have Cragblade? I don't think I do. I need to go get that. I'm gonna take the Rogier's Ashifor off and then store that. I always remove Ashes of War before storing weapons, just so I have the ash on me. Okay, that looks good. Shield can also send you off a cliff. That's very true. But how rare is that? How often? Besides that one time there, just earlier, just a couple minutes ago, right? I need some more endurance. Wait, something's missing here. Oh yeah, it's the Godskin Swallowing Cloth. This is really nice to have too, though. Godskin Swallowing Cloth. I know it doesn't like do like a. What would be good? Is that, and because that's like another multi-hit. Successive attacks restore HP. But this is 20% more damage, right? Lord of Blood's Exaltation is 20% more damage. Let me go check. Fact check. Yeah, it is. It raises attack power by 20% for 20 seconds when blood loss occurs in the vicinity. Effect is reduced to 12% in PvP, but still 12% is a lot because percentages are multiplicative. Okay, let's go get my builds. I have Rotten Wing, Millicent's, Lord of Blood. I don't need Shard. I need the jar, unfortunately. Just because, like, this stuff is heavy. If I don't have Giza's Wheel, though, Like, I could equip another damage mod, like Shard of Alexander. If I have that, and then I have the heavy sacrificial axe. That means, like, my shield crash spam is, like, so much more powerful. Like, this would be, like, a good setup for PvP. Although, a better setup here would probably be, like, a spear or something. Or, something with spinning strikes. And spur rapier. There we go. PvP. I know, pizza cutter is so fun. Yeah, pizza cutter, man. I could actually put Lion's Claw on this axe, right? I can have Lion's Claw and then smack large enemies with it. Pizza cutter though, man. And it looks so good too. I gotta have pizza cutter. There's no way. There's no way I can't have pizza cutter. It's part of who I am now. Pizza cutter and the spiked palisade. I just need more endurance. Nah, it needs the cloak. The cloak stays on. Whoops. Alter garments. Okay. Elden Ring Builder. So not the altar version. Holy crossbow. We don't need sacrificial axe now. Pieces wheel. Okay, I need 31 endurance. So that's an extra 5 points. Oh wait, I don't have the points in dex too. I need that much dex. Wait, I need 28 strength as well. Okay. So we are over 15 points. Oh wait, I have 10 points in mind for some reason. I don't need that. Okay, so we're 5 points over. If I remove the pulley crossbow, okay, so the cloak costs 1 point of endurance. But the pulley crossbow, it costs the other 4 points of endurance. To be able to like quickly swap over. I feel like maybe like I should just hard swap, honestly. Hard swapping is the best. I just need 1 more point for the cloak. It's worth it though. What can I remove? What 1 point can I remove? You don't ever use Erdtree's Favor? I do have Erdtree's Favor. It might be worth it, but then, like, Erdtree's Favor plus Great Jar, that's like, it's half my talisman slots. I lose Lord of Bloods. But then again, like, this is a useless talisman slot if the thing that I'm attacking doesn't bleed. So it's only 20% more damage on things that can bleed. Or if my teammate uses, like, Seppuku or something. So I could use Erdtree's Favor +2, and that would give me a lot more freedom to move around with. Might even be able to equip this. Nope, I can't. But there we go, 1 more. This is also good because it raises max HP and I already have 60 vigor. So go from, gives me another 75 HP, which is not bad. It's like another 20%. It's like a, yeah. What is that? That's like, I want to say 5% more HP. My math might be completely off. I think it's 5%. It's only 75 HP though. I had like... You know what? Maybe my build is good as is. Maybe I should just like stick with my build. I should level this character up. It's only level 90. The DLC is 150. Like people are going in, like the influencers, right? They all got their characters, pre-made characters were 150, but I think that's a little bit high. Maybe 125. 125 I'll be able to have everything. But then I'll only be summoned for like Malekith and like Placid Usax. I tend to do 150 for my co-op stuff. I tend to get summons fairly quick. Yeah. Okay, well I guess we'll just like farm some runes by doing co-op and then level up. Godson Swaddling Cloth though. This is really good because it heals percent health. And everything I do on this build is a successive attack. Because I have so much health, it heals a lot. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to stick with my original build until I like get more points. I really did just min-max this build to up the wazoo. Just like there's like literally no edge room for anything, no margins for nothing. I guess this will be my DLC character. I'm having a lot of fun with this build. I can get this guy up to 125. See where we go from there. Probably still gonna be summoned for like Fire Giant. Level 90 is kind of low, to be fair. I think I was level 90 the first time I set foot in Leyndell on my first character, or around there. And Leyndell is supposed to be like level 70. That was fast. Connection error. Nice. Be right back. I actually have to go pee. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Working on the retopology yet? No. There's still a lot to sculpt. I wish. Soon, though. What is there left to do before retopo? I have to move all these little hairs back into place. Except the wings I'm doing right here. That's really it. Add some more detail. Well, not add more detail, but make the detail look more natural by using alphas. Oh, you know what I could do? I could like have no melee weapon at all and just like solely rely on crossbows. Like just like the normal bone bolts actually do a decent amount of damage. If like all three hit. And you can have like infinite bone bolts. Essentially infinite. It's not gonna work very well. What would it not work well against? I'll basically need to use my shield for everything. Oh yeah. That's the conclusion I arrived at already. Never mind. I can't just be crossbow only. For like trash mobs and stuff. Like even the trash mobs will resist crossbow bolts pretty well. Wait, what? Oh.
Hey!
Ah, shoot. That wasn't great. Whoa, what? Oh, there we go. Ah! Oh. Not doing that. Morgat is easy money. He drops so much runes. He's usually really easy to kill. Everyone around the... By the time you get to Landel, like bleed builds get pretty strong already. So any bleed or status builds just destroy Morgat. I feel like they should have given him a bit more health. I've noticed hosts keep sending you home when you help them. After you kill the boss, you get sent back home. Unless you mean like severing, right as the boss falls. Yeah, I don't know why they do that. I think they do that because they think they'll get more runes. But that's not the case. Like after you summon someone, like you already lose out on the runes when you kill the boss. They're stepping. Well, I got their money. I think right. I didn't used to have 67. I have to go back and check. What's my rune level at? Yeah. It looks like I got another 30k. Yeah, they're severing. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah. I think they'll think... I think they'll... wow. Wow, I can't talk today. I think they believe that they'll get more runes. Like, they won't lose out on the runes of co-op. Which is weird, because, like, who needs runes? Like, I only do co-op because it's for fun. Like, if I needed runes, you just go to Mogwin's palace and farm the birds or the albinargs there. and you'll get like so many runes so much faster than just playing the game. And if you really want, right, you can just jump off a cliff with torrent in like in special areas where there's no kill box, right? And then as all the enemies deload, you'll get a shit ton of runes that way as well. So yeah, hosts who send people back just don't know what they're doing. Is happening to you a bit? Yeah. It's a bit annoying. I mean, you still get the runes anyway. But like you don't get to like wave at them or something or like bow. Usually that's kind of like the tradition of Souls co-op after you kill the boss. You get like that moment of celebration. But yeah, when they take that away, it just feels a bit rude. And for runes too, right? Like what the heck? It's not like we're taking the boss's weapon away from them. I do miss the etiquette of Dark Souls 3, I gotta say. Like the fight clubs and just like people chilling. It was a nicer, smaller but nicer community back then. Now it's just like dog eat dog worlds in Elden Ring. Tarnish eats tarnished world. Like if you do any co-op at low level, like especially under like level 70, people are chucking rot pots everywhere. You'll get invaded. Your host will get invaded by like some asshole with like dual anspers. That's why. So that's why I have this setup here. I have a Serpent Hunter and Flail on all of my characters. Every single one of them is set up for cheese. The moment I see cheese, I have the entire arsenal of known cheese that I'll just chuck right back at them. The only thing I don't have is like actual proper cheating, like how some hackers like will teleport people around and brick saves. I don't have that power. That's a little bit too much cheese for me. Is this the highest subdiv? It is, okay. It'll be interesting to see how this bakes. I feel like this is a little bit too low poly for a good bake.
Trading empire would continue to fill their treasury with gold, and that meant there would always be soldiers ready to fight for them. And at first, it seemed the Romans had no hope of changing this situation. They had virtually no navy, and their own shipbuilding technology lagged behind, perhaps by centuries, as the historian Polybius writes.
Yet, so long as the Carthaginians were in undisturbed command of the sea, the balance of success could not incline decisively in their favour. So they took upon themselves, there and then, to meet the Carthaginians at sea, on which they had for generations held undisputed supremacy.
The Carthaginian navy benefited from 1,000 years of Phoenician shipbuilding and sailing tradition, but their centuries of relatively unchallenged dominance of the sea had also made them somewhat complacent. Their method of fighting on the water was based mostly on the use of heavy bronze rams fixed to the front of their ships. The Phoenician sailors relied on outmaneuvering their enemies on the waves with their superior sailing, drawing close with their oars and crashing into the sides of enemy ships with these rams, striking them in the hulls below the waterline. It was a method of warfare that had remained unchanged for the last 500 years, and the Carthaginians were among the best in the world at this tricky way of fighting. But soon the Romans would come across a stroke of good luck. After one skirmish on the sea, a Carthaginian galley had run aground on the shores of Italy. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn what made the Carthaginian navy so effective. The Romans rushed to secure the vessel, to haul it away, and study its secrets, as Polybius records.
The Carthaginians, having put to sea in the strait to attack, a decked vessel of theirs charged so furiously that it ran aground, and falling into the hands of the Romans, served them as a model on which they constructed their whole fleet. And if this had not happened, it is clear that they would have been completely hindered from carrying out their design.
What the Romans found on this vessel would have intrigued and excited them. At that time, the Carthaginians were legendary, not just for their sailing and the size of their fleet.
Hold on, I just got an idea for mechs. We gotta add rams onto mechs. rams and melee weapons for mechs. There we go.
But also how quickly they could build ships. The writer Pliny the Elder recounts what was possible in those days.
Piso relates that 220 ships were wholly constructed in 45 days. In the Second Punic War, too, the fleet was at sea the 40th day after the axe had been put to the tree.
This was long considered to be an exaggeration by ancient writers, but the discovery of the Phoenician shipwreck, known as the Marsala ship, has thrown light on how this kind of mass manufacture could actually have been possible. When the wreck was discovered, archaeologists found that the ship had each section of its hull marked with certain Phoenician letters. It's thought that these sections would have been built separately, mass-produced in separate factories, and then brought together in their final location, with a level of coordination that would not be seen again before the Industrial Revolution. These ships were a kind of ancient flat-pack furniture. Armed with this new knowledge, the Romans began the process of copying the Carthaginian ship exactly, but they didn't do very well. In their first engagement with Carthage, the inferior mobility of these Roman ships and the inexperience of their sailors meant that a squadron of 17 Roman vessels was destroyed, easily outmaneuvered by the Phoenicians, and dealt death blows by their rams. Following this, the Romans began to change their tactics. Getting the hang of the complicated business of outmaneuvering and ramming enemy ships would take too long, and so they tried to bring the battles at sea into more familiar territory. To do this, they developed an ingenious new technology. It was a kind of boarding bridge that they called a corvus, the Latin word for crow. These were raised like a
What's your idea on the
drawbridge
mech?
at the
Similar
front
to
of the
Armored
ship,
Core?
and when they drew near to an enemy vessel, these gangplanks
I
would
haven't
drop
played
down
Armored
onto
Core,
the enemy
so I
ship,
can't
where
really
a metal
say, but I
spike
know
on the
Armored Core
underside
has modular
would
mechs
drive its way
that you can
into the water.
customize, so it will be
These
similar
bridges
to Armored
would now
Core in that
hold
respect.
The two ships together, neutralizing the speed and agility of the Carthaginian vessels, preventing them from ramming and allowing the Roman legionaries
There's some
to flood
videos
on board. It
on my
was a
channel
crude but
that show
surprisingly
mechs
effective
and like
tactic.
the interior of mechs.
The Romans kept their new inventions hidden.
So you
and
can
now, with a
customize the
secret
interior
naval
of your
weapon
mech
their
as
own,
well. It's
they
basically
risked a
player housing
large-scale confrontation
on
the
legs.
sea. The Carthaginian fleet was busy plundering at a place called Mylae, on the coast of northern Sicily, when they saw the Roman sails on the horizon.
Armored Core does not be alley.
They were delighted that their enemies had finally risked a battle, and were supremely confident of sending the whole fleet
Yeah.
of this troublesome Italian power.
It
straight to
seems
the
cool,
bottom
but
of
also like the
ocean.
art style. Well, the art style is
Livius
good, but it's
recounts
just like
what happened
the mech designs themselves seem kind
No
of
sooner did
clunky.
the Carthaginians sight
It's like a
than with
very,
joy they put to
it's a very like nostalgic design, right? It's like a very Japanese mech kind of design. I just feel like it doesn't look very good. Like that kind of design should stay in like manga and anime. When you try to convert that style, it's kind of like the Warcraft movie, if you've seen that. It's like converting an art style that works with in a certain medium to like realistic. When you convert to realistic, it doesn't work visually. And then also like I've already played Warframe, so I feel like it kind of gives me like Warframe vibes. So like I'm kind of done with that. I've had enough Warframe for my entire life.
sea with 130 sail, feeling
I could be
supreme
wrong, though.
contempt for the Roman ignorance of seamanship.
Probably should play Armored
Accordingly,
Core
they all
considering it is a
sailed
mech
with
game.
their prows
There's not a whole
directed
lot of
straight
mech
at
games
their
out there.
They did not think the engagement worth even the trouble of ranging their ships in any order. When they neared the enemy, they saw the crows raised aloft on the prows of several ships. The Carthaginians were for a time in a state of perplexity, for they were quite strangers to such contrivances as these engines. Feeling, however, a complete contempt for their opponent, they charged without flinching. But as soon as they came to close quarters, their ships were invariably tightly grappled by these machines. The enemy boarded by means of the crows and engaged them on their decks. And in the end, some of the Carthaginians were cut down, while others surrendered in bewildered terror at the battle in which they found themselves engaged, which eventually became exactly like a land fight. Eventually the Carthaginians turned and fled, bewildered at the novelty of the occurrence, and with a loss of 50 ships.
Damn,
For
losing
Carthage,
50 ships.
This was an utter disaster.
That's a
Flying
lot of
high
ships
from
to
their
lose.
successes, the Romans soon organized invasions of the islands of Sardinia and Corsica, Carthaginian possessions for centuries that had never been seriously threatened. They even organized an invasion of North Africa itself, hoping to follow in the footsteps of Agathocles and march on the capital of Carthage. For the Carthaginians, things were starting to get out of hand. As the Roman invasion force descended upon the coast, Carthage sent out the entirety of its fleet to meet them on the open sea. Polybius recounts that as they sighted the Roman sails on the horizon, the commanders of Carthage spoke to their sailors and soldiers, and vocalized a fear that must have been on the lips of every man and woman in the Phoenician territories, that this war was now in danger of coming home.
Meanwhile, the Carthaginian commanders had briefly addressed their men. They pointed out to them that victory in this battle would ensure that the war in the
I was not
future
a fan of
confined to
Warframe.
the
I'm not sure
question
why.
of the
Warframe
possession of
is
Sicily.
too
While if they
it's
were
too
beaten,
busy.
they would
It's
have
too busy
hereafter to
visually,
fight for their
I
native
think.
land. And for all that
And
they
like the
had
art
did.
style is kind of like all over the places. It's one of the
Polybius
downsides of
records
having
that
like a
more than
game that's
600 ships came together in the battle
been
ensuing.
alive for so long.
By the time he was writing his history of the Punic Wars,
There's a
more
lot
than
of
100
tech
years
debt
later,
that you need
the size of
to clean up
warships had dramatically increased
with games like that.
and so he likely wildly overestimates the number of men involved, putting it at well over 300,000.
Also, it's just like an old game now.
Nevertheless, the battle was
It is
enormous,
starting to show its
and
age.
probably involved at least 120,000 sailors.
I think it's quite different
soldiers,
from Warframe,
rowers,
especially
and
the
marines.
new one is very Souls-like
The
in my
vast
opinion.
battlefield would have devolved
Oh.
into a chaos of clashing oars and rams, shouting men and the thud of the Corvus bridges crashing down onto
Well,
the decks.
I might play it.
The clashing of
But
shields
like,
and swords.
do I have the
crashing of
time to play
waves,
it?
And the shrieking
I
of
guess I do,
gulls over
but I
the
also want
At
to
the
play
end of the day,
Elden Ring
the
too.
result of the battle was
I
a
just want to play
decisive
Elden
defeat
Ring.
for the Carthaginians. With the fleet of Carthage scattered, the Romans successfully made the crossing into Africa and landed on the peninsula.
Yeah, I think
of
the
Cape
the
Palma
main
on
reason
the
why
other side of
I
the
didn't
bay
really
from the
play
city.
Armored Core is
The citizens of Carthage
like the
would now have
art
been able
style.
to see the campfires of the Roman army
A
in the
robot with
distance at night.
legs, just like a
Some of the
bipedal
city's
robot,
oldest
is a very
residents
hard
would still
thing
have
to do.
remembered when the army of Agathocles had menaced the city
And one
only
with
half
like
a
big
century
chunky
before,
pieces
when they
everywhere.
had
It
watched those ships
doesn't make a
burning
lot
on
of
the
sense visually.
The Carthaginians had had enough. They asked the Romans for a peace treaty to sign, but the Roman demands were so punishing that the Carthaginians, even in their desperate state, could not accept it, and so the war dragged on. But the Romans, like Agathocles, found themselves unable to take the city of Carthage. The Roman expeditionary force sent to capture the city was beaten disastrously by a smaller Carthaginian army at the Battle of
I thought the
Cannae.
quad legs looked
And
pretty
the
cool
Roman
though, but
consul
then
leading it was
like after I
captured
saw
and
the
killed.
quad leg robot
In
fly,
this
I'm like,
way, the
that
fortunes
looks
of each
kind of
side
silly.
ticked back and forth like a
It's
pendulum.
stuff like that. It's like little stuff like that that
Another
kind of
naval
turned me off
battle
of a
at
game.
Cape Hermaeum saw another Roman victory and another 100 Carthaginian
Like you have a
ships
mech with
sunk.
4 legs.
But the Romans had
That's
no
gonna
time
weigh a
to celebrate.
ton.
On its
Like
return voyage
you
home,
need a
the
really
victorious
good
Roman
reason
fleet
as to
was
why
hit by a
something like that could
devastating storm,
exist.
as Polybius records.
and function the way it
The
does.
disaster was indeed extreme, for out of their 364
And at that point, like,
vessels,
why not
80
focus all of that
Elden
energy into like a gun or
rest were
something
either swamped
and just
or
mount it to a
driven by the
planet?
surf upon the rocks and headlands, where they went to pieces and filled all the seaboard with corpses and wreckage. No greater catastrophe is to be found in all history.
Like, if you have the
before
power,
fleet
the energy to create a mech that can do the kind of
284
things
ships were lost,
that you
with an
do in
estimated
Armored Core,
60,000 sailors
like all of that
sinking at the
energy would be
bottom of the
better
sea.
spent just making a
It was
really
among the
big,
worst
really
naval
powerful gun
disasters in history.
that doesn't need to move. You just mount it somewhere like
Some
artillery,
historians
and
have
just, you can
speculated
just like
that
split
the
planets in
Romans'
half.
secret weapon, the Corvus boarding bridges, may have actually made their ships top-heavy and prone to capsizing in stormy conditions. After this disaster, there are no mentions of the Corvus ever being used again on Roman ships. The war would drag on for another 14 years, with most of the fighting taking place in Sicily and the surrounding seas. But by the year 241 BC, Carthage was spent. The Carthaginian Senate ordered their general in Sicily to sign whatever peace treaty the Romans demanded, no matter how punishing. This general was a man named Hamilcar Barca. He was proud, a competent general, and he had been winning some
Okay,
of
that's
his
all
battles
fixed up.
in
This used to
Sicily.
be like
He believed that
a bit
signing
weird.
such a
Looks good
punishing
now.
treaty was
Let's go move on to the
and
other
so he
limbs.
refused the order to negotiate.
Move these
In
back
his
into their
place,
sockets
the
because I
Senate
changed
sent a
the
more junior
size.
commander to capitulate to Rome. The First Punic War ended in the year 241 BC, 23 years after it had begun, with the signing of the Treaty of Lutatius. It was one of the longest continuous wars to ever take place in the ancient world. It had exhausted both Rome and Carthage, and driven them both to the brink of bankruptcy. But Rome, as the victor, had at least gained something from all the years of carnage. Under the terms of the treaty,
Armored Core
Carthage
is like
was
this
forced to
Zweihander
give up all
in
its
Elden
remaining
Ring.
territory in Sicily
It looks
to Rome,
cool,
and
but like the
possibly
closer
Rome
you
was
look
also
at it,
included.
the less
Carthage
it
was
makes
forced
sense.
to release all Roman prisoners without ransom, while hefty ransoms were charged.
That's
for
my
any
opinion,
Carthaginian held
without having played Armored Core.
and they were forced to pay a staggering
Oh god, this is gonna
80
suck. I hate this boss.
in reparations to Rome over the next 10 years. All of this meant that Carthage could no longer
I don't think
afford
this guy
to pay
bleeds.
its armies. Many of these were foreign mercenaries that it was already in debt to. And in the same year as the treaty was signed, a large band of these mercenaries, around 20,000 men or so, camped outside the city itself and refused to budge until they got paid. But the state was all but bankrupt. When the Carthaginians
What's its health at? I can't even tell. Okay, it still has a lot of life left.
burning the countryside.
Ah! Shit, man. I'm throwing.
Carthage, it had been even tougher on the rural regions.
Try drinking potion. Oh, this
Carthaginian
way.
provinces like Libya had sent huge numbers of men to fight for Carthage, and they were subjected to punishing taxes.
There we go.
to pay for it all. Their resentment
Whoa, that still hit me.
slowly building, and now it boiled over. When news of this army of rival mercenaries reached some of these discontented cities, they saw their chance to free themselves of the rule of Carthage.
Looks like they're gonna kill it.
Many of them
Go switch
rebelled,
back.
and soon Carthage was engulfed in a civil war. It looked
Oh!
for the first time
That
like
was a
the
close one.
entire empire
What's he gonna do? I can't tell. Oh my god, did that hit me? It did hit me. Wow. Failed.
The mercenaries
There we go.
maintained a war against the Carthaginians, which far surpassed any that I heard of for cruelty, inhumanity. The many battles in which
Yeah,
they
the
engaged
Zweihander is a real weapon in real life. But the one in here, it's also called a Zweihander. It looks like it kind of looks like the one in real life,
whatever of
but
external
it's
assistance from
not
friends
similar to
or
the one
enemies.
in real life
They were
at
indeed
all.
now thoroughly taught the difference between a foreign war carried on beyond the sea and a domestic insurrection.
The civil war that followed, which would become
Like
known as
you
the
swing
Mercenary
the,
War,
it's a colossal
would
weapon, right? So it has the same
unfold
moveset. It's like
brutality.
bomb, bomb,
The
bomb,
bodies
right?
of crucified
But in
rebels
real life,
would
like
have
this
become
Zweihander is a very
regular sight
nimble
along the roads.
weapon.
The instability caused a famine, and Carthage
Sure,
was
it's
forced
long,
to
but
raise an
it's more like the
army of
Nakakiba
citizens, forcing ordinary people in the capital
in this
to
game.
fight. The man tasked by the Carthaginian
Oh my god,
Senate
this guy dies.
with carrying out the civil war was the proud general Hamilcar
Yeah, look at that health
Barca, the
regen
man
on this
who had
thing. It's
refused to
nuts.
sign the treaty with Rome.
It's really useful for co-op.
Throughout these years
for
of
sure.
violence, he would have seen his homeland burning, his people starving, dying, and all this time, he nursed his hatred of his
fuck.
Roman enemies.
Ah, my god, that still hit me.
At enormous cost, Hamilcar Barca would eventually crush the rebels, and he sometimes did this quite literally. Many
I gotta be
insurgents
careful.
captured in the later years of the war were executed.
Gotta rely on
beneath the
regen. I
feet
don't know how many
of
flash
Carthage's
regens you get from this place.
the ultimate living symbol of the empire's power. After 4 years of civil war,
Gotta be more
some
careful.
measure of order returned to the scorched countryside. The Empire of Carthage had survived, but they were now in an even worse state than before. Meanwhile, the Romans had spent 4 years recovering and drawing wealth from their new lands in Sicily and Corsica. At Carthage's time of weakness, Rome moved to capture the island of Sardinia too, which had escaped its grasp during the war, and was now rebelling against Carthage's weakened rule. The Carthaginians could do nothing to stop them, as Polybius willed.
When the Carthaginians expressed indignation at this, on the ground that the lordship over Sardinia more properly belonged to them, the Romans voted to declare war against them. The Carthaginians, however, having just had an almost miraculous escape from annihilation in the recent civil war, yielded to the necessities of the hour, and not only abandoned Sardinia,
Yeah,
but they
take out
paid the
the
Romans
crossbowmen
1,200
first.
talents
These guys
into
are
the
so
bargain
annoying.
that they might not be obliged to undertake war for the present.
Ah!
The new balance of power in the Mediterranean was clear. Carthage was now a hollow mountain trust. If they were to reclaim any of the power they once held, the next generation of Carthaginian military leaders would need to produce a general of such genius that he would turn
Did
around
they
the hosts
leave without me? I
and
think they just
fortunes
left.
of this
Yeah, they're just
floundering
running.
empire. A general that would conduct a campaign so daring that it is still studied in military academies to this day. That man would bear a name that in Phoenician meant by the grace of Baal.
Yeah, it's not
His
a
name
mech in the traditional
was Hannibal.
sense. Well, it kind of is. It is like a mechanical... Oh my god, that almost hit me. Mechanical construct that the player can pilot. It's essentially all that it is. Ah, sweet, sweet life. Vampire build.
Hannibal was the son of the general Hamilcar Barca. When the First Punic War ended, he was a boy of only 6 years old, and he would have watched with the formative mind of a child as the world he knew was torn apart by violence.
Is it
and his
completely
father
mechanical?
struggled to end the rebellion. When Rome had
No,
snatched away
it's
the
not.
island of Sardinia, Carthage lost the last of its profitable central Mediterranean island, and with the empire so
To what
weakened,
extent, though?
its economy
I
was
still
in
have
free
yet to
fall.
decide.
If it was to right itself, Carthage would need to find vast resources of minerals, metals, and people. And Hannibal's father knew that the only way these could be found was by expanding Carthage's last remaining
Actually, I should probably
overseas
use
territories. These were in
cutter
southern Spain,
for now.
as Polybius writes.
Hamilcar, the anger felt by all his compatriots at this last outrage. As soon as he had finally crushed the mutiny of mercenaries and secured the safety of his country, at once threw all his efforts into the conquest of Spain.
Hamilcar gathered an army and set out to the Spanish colonies. Rome now ruled the seas, and Carthage's navy was so weakened that he was unable to travel the whole way to Spain by ship. Instead, he had to march all the way across North Africa and ferry his army across the sea at the narrow Straits of Gibraltar. When he left, he took his own young son Hannibal with him to teach the boys the art of war and to ensure he passed on his burning hatred for Rome.
At the time when his father was about to start his
Oh my God.
expedition to Spain, Hannibal, then 9 years of age, was standing by the altar while
stamina?
was sacrificing to Zeus. His father took him by the hand, led him up to the altar, and bade him lay his hand on the victim and swear never to be the friend of the Romans. He made his own son, Hannibal, such an enemy of Rome that none could be.
Yeah, a bit like that, I guess.
Despite the weakened state of Carthage, Hamilcar succeeded in conquering the Celtic tribes of Spain. He built a new city,
Smack it.
then known as New Carthage, now the southern Spanish city of Cartagena. While the young boy Hannibal grew up in Spain, he would have likely visited the temple of Melkart, or Hercules, in Gades, that temple with the golden olive tree at its center. He would have heard stories about Hercules and his legendary journey over the Alps, herding the cattle of Geryon the giant. Perhaps he would have even learnt the history of the Greek Agathocles and his daring strike right at the heart of his stronger enemy. And all this while, he would have dreamed of one day making his own mark on history. When his father Hamilcar died, and his successor was assassinated, it would soon fall to the young Hannibal to lead the Carthaginian
Okay, I should probably get to
armies in
sleep.
Spain. He
It's
continued
4
his
a.m.
father's
here.
work of expanding their territories, pushing back the local
I
Celtic
gotta
tribes
stop
who
playing so much
opposed
Elden
him.
Ring. I've been
And it's
playing too much
clear
Elden
he
Ring
developed a
lately.
flair for
Just
war.
because of all the DLC
By the
hype,
time
it's
he
just
was
like, man,
27,
I want to play more
Hannibal
Elden Ring.
controlled more than half of the Iberian Peninsula.
But I also want to get this
a
done.
vast and wealthy territory of nearly 250,000 square kilometers.
Alright guys, I'm gonna...
From his father, he
yeah, I'm
had
gonna call it
inherited an
here.
army of 60,000
What else do I need to do?
battle-hardened troops,
What are we doing
the
next
best in
time?
the empire, and a stable of 200 war elephants.
I think
He
this
had
is
also forged alliances with a
basically
number of
good to
Celtic
go.
tribes in Spain that he knew would come
Yeah,
to
this
his
is
aid
basically good to do.
if needed.
Tomorrow I'm gonna add
He was
alphas.
now at the head
I'm gonna
of the
add like
wealthiest
more,
and most
make
powerful
everything look
province
more
of the empire.
natural. Redo the
Hannibal and
poly
his
paint in some
father's
areas.
success in Spain
And
restored the lifeblood of Carthage,
and that'll be it.
and silver once again
Oh, the inside of the
flowed
mouth
through the
needs
empire.
sculpting.
It's said that just
I haven't
one
really done that
Spanish
yet. This
mine
area
in
needs
the
some work.
region of Baybello,
But after
with its
that, that's
shafts
basically it.
running more than 2 kilometers into the
Then I'll be ready
mountainside,
for
was
Retopo.
producing nearly 1,000 kilograms of silver each week
But
for
yeah,
Hannibal's treasury.
that's all.
Analysis shows
Thanks
that
everyone for
coins being
sticking
minted in
around.
Spain at this time
It was
were
fun
of an
chatting.
exceptionally high content of silver,
Hope we
while
get the
those being
the
minted
DLC
back in
soon.
Carthage